Imagine for a moment a tavern like any other. Could be any tavern in the sovereign states. There's a handful of local patrons, and as a few of the older people in this nondescript sovereign town try to play out a few more hands of their game of live Shah. The children tug and whine about wanting to go home, and perhaps maybe if the adults were going to be playing for longer, maybe they could go outside, but it's chilly, and so they're all told no. Too cold to go outside this time of year. Just stay nearby. We'll play a couple more hands and then we'll go. And the dissuaded children are instead gathered around by this small, gnomish gentleman. Gray hair, white beard, and as he sits down in front of the fire, he's already got a twinkle in his eye as he sees a couple of the youngsters approach. And they're like, "Tell us a story, tell us a story." And he's like, chuckles, and it's like, "Oh, so you want to know a story? Well, let me guess. One about the paradoxes, perhaps?" And they're like, "Yes, yes, tell us one about the paradoxes." "Oh, well, maybe the one about when their airship exploded over the Coterie coast." "No? Oh, you've heard that one too many times, I see. Well, perhaps about when they fought a legion of demon armies." "Oh, I saw that one the other day, I see. How about a lesser known one?" "It would have been about this time of year, but much warmer, in the city of Hearthvine. Many people don't know this story. Most prefer to talk about their more exciting adventures. But the paradoxes found adventure even in the smallest of moments. As they had returned home from one of their early adventures, Hearthvine was preparing for the holidays. Lights like the ones that we have here, but so many more people than they'd ever seen. Having come back from distant lands and dangerous exploits, they sought to relax and found themselves at the home of their ally, the famous orphanage of Rosemarie in the city of Hearthvine. The streets are filled with brilliant lights. Overnight, they had begun stringing up decorations for the weekend, and already Hearthvine had a different cadence to it. As you loaded into the back of the family car, and Eliza drove you all back to Rosemarie's. It's the early morning, and you gather and you pile out of the car and gather within Rosemarie's kitchen. There's the sound of a beaded curtain from upstairs parting and light little footsteps. Fee goes darting up the stairs towards that sound, and she's saying, Nan, we're back! You won't guess what happened.
Straight to the point. Oh, that'll make it easier for us, I guess.
Tell you all about it, but I gotta get something real quick, Nan. And she runs up the other staircase just as Nan is stepping down and reaches the landing into the front foyer. And she looks at you all and says, Is it wine or is it tea?
I wouldn't oppose tea, honestly. Can't have enough of it.
As he kind of hard his shoulders.
Small, gnomish woman with her gray bun and her flowered robe walks past you with her cane about waist height through the wood beaded curtain into the small galley kitchen. Beyond her, you can see the alcove of the sunlit dining area. A small rectangular table with a mosaic tiling on top of it. Plants on every single surface as she puts a pot on. Like a little bit of arcane flame sparks on the stove, and as the tea begins to get ready, you all settle down into your most comfortable spots in Rosemary's kitchen. Arthur takes a seat at one of the tables at the end, at one of the chairs at the end of the table, and puts his rifle up against the wall behind him. Sunera goes immediately to pacing on the other side of the table. She has not stopped doing that since y'all's arrival. Tarana says, I am going to go and check on Gwen.
Quite wise thing to do. She nods.
I believe that she was up on the rooftop. Tarana gives Rosemary a nod, and she goes running up the stairs, and with that, you're left to discuss recent events and unwind from the last several days in Shutter Space.
In the moment of either the beginning or the middle of this conversation, she finally drops down her satchel, hears a really heavy clink, very confused, leans down, shuffles around, pulls out the can opener. Oh no! Barney's gonna starve! Shit! What do I do with this, guys? What do I do?
Estel's like pulls a chair around so he sits in it and just looks at Hardy with a...
Oh yeah, that's definitely a rare magical device if I've ever seen one. Irreplaceable.
Arthur.
Yep, that just gives him the stink eye.
He'll be fine, honey.
Do you think he could cook? I doubt it.
Well, I think he orders takeout a lot. I think I looked up online. That's actually a really interesting idea. Not having to leave your home and ordering food, and then make it for you, deliver it to you.
Okay, well, I don't know what to do with this anyway. She'll put it right in the middle of the table awkwardly. Just there.
The can will be invented in 2 years.
We're ahead of the time. Guys, we sell this now. We sell this idea now. Get out of the curtain.
Patent.
Yeah, patent it. Paradox is original.
It's one of those moments where I definitely didn't know where my hands were in the midst of stuff. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. Sunera, are you okay? You've been pacing since we got back.
She stops pacing. She looks at you guys all. I'm sorry, were we having a conversation?
No, but now we're having a conversation. How are you after all the events?
How am I in what way? I do not appear to be overly injured, if that's what you're asking.
Well, you seem to have a lot on your mind right now.
I think all of us have a lot on our minds.
Those
Yeah,
of us
but
that at least have a mind to have thoughts with.
alright. Then what are you thinking about right now?
Did that seem pointed?
Is that you're bothering her?
She looked down when she said it to not make it look like she was saying it about anybody in particular.
Yeah, she hung a little nudge Zale. That you're bothering her. Loud stage whisper, but also share a very exhausted look of familiarity with Sunera for a moment.
It is not my place to speak on this, but if the Oracle would care to share some thoughts, I might have my own to add.
Yeah.
Looks to Hanu. What's she talking about?
Thing that we saw before we left. It's a very particular entity that was depicted a lot at the temple. We heard the first, but I'm quite certain that it was that world's last. I'm unaware of this implication. Looping time, everything else is going on. I still haven't had time to digest this weird situation, but that was an angel. And it brought a message.
Rosemary's still in the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Both hands on her cane, waiting for the tea to boil.
So why was the angel there?
When we fell, it told us something in Celestial. It would be the first of 7. Amongst many other things.
Do not be afraid. I come as the first, and in my left hand I offer mercy that is quick, and in my right hand a greater mercy that is forever. Those that come after me come with bloodshed, and they will ride from the north and the west and the south and the east. They will carry no mercy, but bows and swords and hearts and minds. I carry with me the keys to both the underworld and to heaven, for I know the secrets of both life and death. Do not be afraid. Write down what you have seen, for it is what is happening, and what is yet to happen still. Look upon my crown of stars, for they are numbered 7. In them are the truths of saints and sin, and the knowledge of both good and evil. Do not be afraid. Look upon my scepters, also numbered 7. In them are the fall of the 7 houses, and the sound of 7 trumpets, which brings life and death. Do not be afraid. Look into my eyes, 7 stars and 7 scepters reflected in their gaze, and see which are true and which are false. Do not be afraid, for the judgment of truth is at hand. And she says it, as you know, verbatim to what you had heard.
Yeah, she'll nod along when she's doing that.
So if this was the first...
It's our first. It was their last.
So what Frederick was talking about, these trumpets...
But that doesn't make any sense. The first trumpet sounds at the start of every dream cycle. Does this look like the start of the dream cycle to you?
No.
For they do say that the first trumpet marks both the beginning and the end. So,
just can't
I do
have...
agree that it does seem like we witnessed their end.
And so this is our beginning.
Probably.
Or
But,
the
I mean,
beginning of our end.
here's the thing. You can't just fit one... There's just not one circle. You can fit multiple circles along the edges of it. It caught us right in the beginning of this cycle of events. This is a new branch.
Yeah, that just struck me as odd that it's happening now. Like Sonera said, which makes a lot of sense. If they had something that was always has been, what makes this branch so different now? That it needed some kind of outside influence to start the apocalypse. Is that what I'm getting at? Is that the first trumpet sound?
I'm quite
Now
certain that the first trumpet was heard by other oracles throughout time. Especially long-lived races. Who knows what trumpet they heard? But we heard one. So that's where we need to focus. We keep everything else on the periphery, but we don't lose sight that this is the first for us. We'll learn of the other ones and see how they're similar, how they're different. But this is the one that matters.
or even if they go and I mean, that's also the case. They might even go in the same kind of order. 1 through 7. Maybe they could be 1 and 3 and 1 and 4.
Exactly.
We don't know.
We don't know what they're reflected as. It's just...
But it's the first.
So...
Not just 7.
The whistle of a tea kettle cuts through your conversation, and you hear the clattering of the kettle as Nan lifts it up off of there for a moment. And in that brief interim, as you guys kind of paused awkwardly in your conversation, you hear the ding dong of the doorbell.
Who's that? Angel will get up and walk over.
And
You open the door.
you see standing on the other side this young, grizzled, tired-looking, familiar face of Frederick. He's got a couple of what appear to be travel bags with him.
Hi, Frederick. You planning on going somewhere with those? He points to the bags.
Yes, it is. This is awkward, but considering the fact that I don't know anyone else in this city. My house is currently experiencing a haunting of sorts, and I need a place to crash for a couple of days. It'll go away on its own.
Yeah, it's fine. Come on in. Though I would probably just double check with Rosemarie.
Of course,
Just
I
in
will
case.
wait here.
So would walk back.
she's
At least come in. Make yourself
Tell the young
comfortable.
yellow mite that he can stay. But he has to make his
See.
own bed.
I was leaning on the
Still
back
turns
legs of
around and kind of just goes a shrug.
Yeah. She's leaning back in the middle of the hallway with her legs of the chair just swinging over there, looking in, and it jumps forwards.
You see for a moment Zale open up the beaded curtain, and before the words even got out of your mouth, as she was pouring tea for everybody at the table, she just raises one hand dismissively as she says that, and then turn back around, gather Frederick, and Frederick comes in behind you.
Help him with his bags.
He nods his head towards Rosemarie and says, yes, thank you for inviting me into your home. This is, I'm sorry, did I interrupt something? As he looks around at the group of people gathered in the kitchen.
I mean, we were actually in the middle of a very interesting conversation that you might have some interest in. some words.
Oh, I think actually has some really interesting point of views on that. But let him get settled first before we get into that. Here, let me help you, Frederick. And so we'll hold out a hand.
What is the subject of interest?
Oh,
thank you. As he takes a cup of tea from Rosemary, sits the bag down like next to him in the kitchen to take it from her, and looks at you.
Well, do you know about the 7 trumpets?
Yes. They mark the cycles and stages of the apocalypse. They were reported and written about by seers around the world. I have a couple of books on them if you might be interested in the subject. Why do you ask? And he's gonna, like, as he's talking to you, why do you ask? He's gonna take the bag from you with his other hand, right? And and then he just like sits it next to his other bag, and is now holding like the teacup with both hands and engrossed in this conversation and totally forgetting that he has bags.
Rosemary, would you like to join me? I think I might have forgotten something upstairs. And Babette's just kind of going to look over at the rest of the group like, guys, she's right here. Maybe let's not scare the nice old lady.
Honey's like, wait, but she's comfortable. Why would you want her to go upstairs? You're fully capable of physically going up there. But wait, oh! She coughs and looks towards.
Zoe will look and stop. But he looks at Rosemary, and does Rosemary even look like she's even flinching from this conversation?
No. Rosemary, like, is the type of old lady who, like, even with, like, these big, thick glasses, you can't really even see, like, her eyes looking like they're open anytime. She's still, like, just, just nodding her head. Seems unperturbed by this whole thing. She might be, like, thinking of, like, a really good day that she had similar to this one 200 years ago, for all you know.
Yeah, I mean, Zell kind of gives you kind of a look about that, being like, I mean, this lady's probably seen enough already. Whatever we say here is, I mean, she's probably already heard. So he shrugs.
Yeah. Okay. If Rosemary will accept the offer, then she'll go upstairs. But if they don't think that it's a big deal,
I mean, I'm just saying, it's up to her to accept it. They like big paid. Either she says she's fine, or she's good, or she says nothing. So either I'll, yeah. So
give me just a second.
That is the main thing. That's why Zell's paused right now. He's waiting.
She will subtly sign to Babette. Well, she did say she wanted to hear everything when we came back.
That is true. I'll be right back. Be right back.
She pours some more tea and sits down at the other end of the table and starts taking a sip of her own tea.
Okay, Babette just sits down and starts tapping her foot.
I have another theory of mine. She'll pull out a big yarn, just cut, and pull out an extremely fancy looking chopstick made out of coral and a little bit of bone at the handle part of it. She starts tying a knot, making it loose, and then sliding the chopstick in through it. There's going to be one point where things intersect. We heard one trumpet, and then another time they heard the other trumpet pointing to 2 different pieces of yarn that just line up. Just all It's reflecting of each other. Circle lined with other circles inside of it. It's you twist it around as much, but if you keep on twisting, it's always going to have the same focal point.
This is a interesting allegory that you have built here, but may I ask what has prompted these apocalyptic conversations?
With my training as a seer, it is very hard for me to get straight to the point. So, we heard something. And I'm guessing there's enough context clues for you to bring bits and pieces back, but I assure you, what you're thinking is probably what we're talking about.
I see. Concerning, but potentially illuminating. Tell me more.
Okay. And she will. Actually, she did have a very brief write-up note that she was summarizing everything that's happened, and then with the whole prophecy thing, so she'll just be like, well, glance this over really quick. And, extremely precise shorthand of events that occurred throughout each and every day, but predominantly a little bit further ponderings about what the whole trumpet business is.
So you go over shatter space with him, or just the vision portion?
The vision, but a little bit bits and pieces of shutter space. So it's just, well, we've been told this has happened, how that correlates with what we've experienced so far.
So do you tell him about traveling to 1983? Is the part I'm trying to suss out of this.
Yeah, it has the words 1983 written on it.
As direct as she could, if he's paying attention, he would notice.
Yes!
Yeah. So
what
would
does
also say
1983 written on it?
She, like, on her notes, it's very different, like, things of comparing 1983 to 1939, so it's just like...
Oh, you're showing.
Oh, she's showing him the
notes.
scroll.
Yeah, notes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I did not catch that part of this at
Oh,
all.
sorry.
Yeah, no, as
Just
soon
like-
as she went to go start summarizing, she said she pulled out some stuff and that's when she actually started pulling out yarn using chopsticks to
Yes.
start connecting it together.
Yes, that part was mentioned and understood. It just was
Yeah.
never said that
But yeah,
she
she
was
put-
using a scroll.
But-
He said, "Tell me more."
Yeah,
and then
she-
she went into.
Pulled out notes instead.
Yeah. Well, notes is in stuff from her drawing book, not the scrolls. She doesn't show people her scrolls right away. That's very impolite. So it's just the brief write-up, because when she had sat down in the morning, she was frantically writing as she was having a calm conversation with the group, and this is the summary of, okay, we heard one trumpet, but I'm pretty sure that was this world's last trumpet, and these are the things that happened prior. So trying to connect the dots and her theories of this time travel shenanigans. I'm quite certain Zale might be able to summarize it a little bit better.
No, I mean, I remember the entire thing, so if you want just a very detailed experience of everything that happened within that space of time, give me mine, Frederick. With a combination of Hanu's, it's probably better working together with that. She has more of the religion side. I'm more on the technical side. And he will pass one of his journals out and to Frederick and just give to Frederick. And that one recorded every single event that happened in Shutter Space, including his details on his research of Shutter Space and how time travel and the device, not fully detailed, but what Shutter Space, basically how it was able to be created.
You see him sit down, all right, placing both of y'all's notes and stuff out on the table in front of him, taking a sip from his tea as he does so, and then he reads like the first few pages of your journal, then like flips through several of the others, and then you see him cast a spell, and like a few different like words light up on the page and stuff, and he flips through and back and forth a couple of times, and then he does another spell, and another set of different words are lighting up on the page, and he flips back and forth again. He does this for about 10 minutes. You guys can RPG.
As that's going on, Zell's like, I should keep him busy a little bit. And he looks towards Zarman. Where's Zarman right now?
Whenever Zarman was handed his tea, he just is staring into the tea at his reflection, just cradling it.
Hmm.
Can
Sitting
Eliza
wherever-
vibe check on Babette?
Yeah.
Like, how you look?
She looks nervous.
Are you sitting?
Yeah, she's sitting just like the foot shake kind of thing.
Okay, yeah. Well, and Eliza would be sitting next to you. She's just gonna like put her hand on your knee.
And it will definitely calm down a bit.
Zell would kind of walk over to Zarman and sit down. Hey,
As he just finally breaks the contact, the reflection looks at you. Huh?
you gonna drink that?
He looks at it again. Then he just fully sits on the table without cradling anymore. No, I'm not feeling for it right now.
Actually, one thing I do know, guys, is we need to water some plants. I've been slacking up on this. Can I have you guys help me out? She'll have her hands gently on both of your shoulders. We have some time.
That sound good, Zarman? I'm not really good at plans. I think you're better.
Sure.
Okay, alrighty. Let me go get the watering cans. She will usher you guys secretly into a quiet place. And water just kind of showing you guys this one is a little bit leaky, so you need to make sure you hold it right over here. Apply that much pressure. If you don't, it's going to start leaking all over the place. Anyways, I was thinking about fixing it, but you guys take that side. I'm going to take that side way over there. Okay, bye.
With that, you start to notice the time ticking closer.
Okay. Well, I have an appointment that I have to go to.
And Eliza, you remember that you're supposed to meet Roxy at the atrium in Sante Guild.
Yeah, so Eliza will stand up and she'll be like, yeah, I have to meet Roxy. I'll walk you out.
Okay.
And Babette will kind of gather her things and just kind of give a glance around the room and then head out.
Okay.
And Eliza's following her.
She waves you guys by, locks it up, and she'll go to Nan and actually give her a very thorough verbal report of things as she's waiting for the watering can to fill up by the sink. She's waiting, and then after she gives a report, she's gonna go water it up. So we were told by you at that time to tell you everything about it. Apparently, you make good pizza.
Before, like, Eliza and Babette part ways, when they leave, Eliza's just gonna look at Babette and be like, hey, I know that you're pretty shaken. But it's gonna be okay. And I'll be here when you get back.
Babette will take like a couple of seconds to say something. I like hearing that. I'll see you when my appointment's over.
Safe.
You as well. And she'll head off to her thing.
It's still pretty early in the morning, about 10:30ish. It's a bit brisk. Light flurries are beginning to make their way into the city, but you can tell that beyond it, it must be picking up a pretty big snowstorm for the weekend, because it takes a really big storm for even flurries to get into Hearthvine. But you're dressed for warmer wear, and as you make your way out through the city, even at this early hour, people are already out getting ready for the day. Shopping, you can tell that pretty much most of the hams in the city are going to be sold out before the end of the weekend, based off of the conversations you hear as you're going by. And you make your way to the portcullis in the village and exit out on the other end with a onto the hills of Mont Noblesse, winding your way up a couple of steps and past the stately noble homes underneath the brief shadow of a passing arcanum floating island. You finally make your way to the address on the card that you'd been given. It's a small little home in comparison to the rest of them around it, but no less stately looking. And as you go in, there's immediately a glass etched door, and it's got a couple of names on it divided, and you can see right on it the name Dr. Constantine. Second floor. As you push your way in, cool, brisk winter air makes you shiver as you step into warmer climates, and you make your way up the creaky wooden steps to a wooden door with a little brass placard on it that says Constantine. There's a chair right in the middle of it, and like right next at the top of the landing of these stairs, and next to this door, just a small little plush velvet chair. What do you do? And join me into whispers, by the way, for the rest of this.
Yes.
Oh shit. She in trouble. Hi.
Alright, anyways, she'll swing right back by you guys. I'm just gonna water the plants outside with these. Don't mind me. She totally has a fishing set. She has her fishing pole and some tackle gear. Yep, watering plants over here. Start sneaking away.
Go enjoy your time. And after kind of like a couple minutes, after Hanu leaves, so kind of starts kind of watering. Does Armin start watering at all? No.
It takes him a bit. Then he starts to.
Sees watering. He kind of turns and kind of says, "You know I love you, right? Brother to me. As your brother, I can also say when something is troubling you, or many things are troubling you greatly. Always not good at this. I'm learning, but
Yeah, Zarman stops watering. I just wish I could have done better.
See, that's the thing I want to talk to you about. Simon, why did you start worshiping Saint Eva?
I never did. I just wished to do good by her. That's all it was.
Do good by her. So, but by doing good doesn't mean you have to be perfect. You know that, right? We're all kindred here, even you. But you seem to put yourself on the pedestal of perfection. You don't have to. You judge yourself as your god, but you're not a god, Simon. You're kindred just like me, just like Rue, like everybody else. And kindred makes mistakes. It's what we do. It's when we live with it and learn from those mistakes. Then we see what's stronger than the gods we worship, the gods we follow. And I think that's truly what we have to do. When you think of redemption, Zarman, what is redemption to you? Is it the prospect of redeeming someone who's turned down a dark path to the good path? Is it stopping a evil person from destroying the world? Many things that can be redeemed, but different ways. And not everything has to be just. Not everything can be redeemed. Some people are just too gone. But again, that's not on you. That's not a failure to you. You can't control the world, and you can't be perfect at it. Even gods make mistakes. So, why do you judge yourself so harshly? You're kindred. You're one of us. You don't have to be perfect. And I know I've been in my way deflecting about my own issues, and I haven't properly talked about yes. So I guess in the time wasn't emotionally ready. But now I am. But it was not me that alone that helped me get to that point. It's also you too. Taught me to care about people, love people, understand people. And you keep saying that you failed. You failed me, you failed Rue, you failed the group, but Zarman, you're the one thing that's keeping the group together. The one thing that's not making us do bad things. Make us do the right things. I know, sometimes it might not seem we come to you to ask you what to do next or to rely on you, but truth is we rely on your greatness on you, just in different ways. You're not a failure to us, you're honestly our saving grace. You've done so much good things. Not even fighting. Just with your words. And I know the strange things have been happening recently. I know it probably wasn't a good thing what happened in Shadow Space with you first using it. Especially with power that in a way you control, but doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Yes, you had to defeat your enemies with it. But I mean, look at me too. I became a monster, but I still was able to defend you guys. And I think about it now, one thing that's helped me, and I think will help you too, is your power is your own. Yes, it may derive from different beings or different people, but you're the one who's using it. You're the one who's using it for good. If you had an evil heart and an evil mind, then it would be evil, but you're the one using it. Use on it. You're using it for good. And yes, good can be a very gray area, especially when you have to kill people or things. But that's not necessarily evil interprets. What you're doing is protecting us, or protecting other people. And I know the man that was the slave. I know that still weighs on you. That what you did in killing him was a great sin. But here's the thing I have to say something. You can't judge yourself for actions that have a child. You were a child. You were being attacked. You did the one thing that you had to survive, and that wasn't even a conscious decision. Yes, there was a conscious decision of wanting to protect yourself, but did you make a conscious decision to kill the man? You can't be the judge of everything, Simon. Some things you can't judge. And honestly, the gods do a lot of that already. But as we've seen just recently with the court system in Otham, as you're watching the monster, judges sometimes are not right. And sometimes they're wrong. But to judge yourself on something that every kindred does, mistakes, it's honestly not a thing that you should be doing. And I know it weighs on you. I will not say killing is a good thing. Never would I will say that, even if the person was evil. But you cannot judge yourself on the crimes of others. And I know you told me that you might have a wife and kid back home, but what he did with his own life was his own decision. He knew he was doing something wrong. That's not for you to decide that because you killed him, you gain his sin, his wrongdoing. I know that's not what you would think, but I think it bleeds a little bit onto you. And that's not right, Simon. And honestly, as I said before, that redemption can be many different ways. And I think this way that you have right now is not the right way for you. If you do feel like you did something wrong, it's better to learn from that mistake you did. Not drive your whole around your person thinking that you could never be better. But what you can from learning from them. So, I'm not trying to live in the past, but remember them. Remember what happened. Devoting yourself into the memory of your mistakes so you do better. I think it's the right path for you. Do better than what your mistakes in the past have. Don't forget them. Remember them. And just know that everybody here, me, Rue, Hanu, Babette, Eliza, anybody that's part of this family, it wouldn't be here without you. And you always, will always, have an effect on us. You're never useless. You're my little brother that I'm very proud of. And Del kind of just slowly, as he says that last bit, kind of posing for a hug. And he hugs you.
He reciprocates. I was just so afraid of everything.
I know. But you don't have to be. You have all of us. Don't let the burden of everything just weigh on just you. You all wait. You all hold it together. All right.
Okay.
And kind of doesn't necessarily break the hug, but kind of still kind of holds you and then kind of steps away so he can look at your face. Feeling a little better now?
He just wipes one tear. As good as I can be.
Guys, hear some extremely muffled sneezing sounds from outside the door.
Well, I think Hanu might be eavesdropping on us.
Guys, I've been out here for like a minute. I forgot something. Can I come inside?
You can, Hanu.
Okay, I really don't like the snow. Start sneezing.
And he kind of just gives you kind of just a kiss on your cheek. And it's like, nothing, brother. Now, about these plants.
Yeah, you.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, I told you about the water and it's leaking all over.
I mean, I can just fix this.
Yeah, I mean, you
Or-
could solder it, yeah.
Yeah.
But come on. And she will shape water, the water right back into the can, and show you again how to properly hold the nozzle so it doesn't kind of leak out. The sky. Oh my gosh, she'll ruffle your hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so we kind of wait for some to start watering and kind of just join him in. And then at one point he would like spray some with the water at one point for fun.
Yeah, it just takes a moment before he gets to watering the plants again. And then when he's around, he just ignores it.
But against the water. Oh man. I actually kind of wrote that out, by the way. FYI, out of metagame. I didn't want to.
Yeah, it's fair.
I didn't want. Well, it was the case of I didn't want forget what I was gonna say. So I wrote it out a little bit, just can keep. And
So
man,
good.
what perfect timing!
Uh-huh.
That's excellent. I mean,
Yeah, that was excellent timing.
Where'd those two guys go? They're gone?
Oh no.
So I'm like, where did they
He's
go?
gone. Only Rachel came back. Oh no.
Hold on.
No!
Rachel killed him.
Rachel,
What'd
what
you
did you do?
Where is he?
Oh, there
Oh,
you
yeah, okay.
Oh, there he is. That's
That's because she's gonna take a chance.
go.
But no.
But best the DM now. We were right hunting all along.
No, it's just
Everybody's popped back.
everyone.
Oh man. Oh, you muted Chan, by the
Yeah, I
way.
was muted if you didn't know.
No, I just was waiting for
Oh,
them
okay.
to stop freaking out.
Ah.
Okay. So Eliza would have made it to the atrium. It is in fully restored mode now. It's beautiful, all glass walls and ceilings. It's like
Jeez.
the non-creepy
God.
version of the house from 13 Ghosts. But with a lot of plants inside instead of, creepy monsters. And as you get there, the Griffin's Guard are, like all around the place. There's a bunch of, construction equipment being like pulled out. There's Roxy, Goblin with her beehive, and Kane and her little pudge gut, and she's just looking really upset at having to have traveled. She's feeling the jet lag of teleportating, and you talk to her and stuff. She talks about this is gonna be a lot of paperwork, but then says, all I need is one of those radios so I can watch my stories. And then you work on helping the Griffin's Guard get a radio to go get a radio for her, and then about an hour after all of that stuff and filling out some paperwork with her, she sends you with some paperwork to have all of the group members sign. Because it turns out that some of the paperwork from you guys being put onto the deed for running this guild wasn't actually done properly. I guess evidently it just magically appeared there, so there is no paper trail to it. So she's backlogging the paper trail, so you guys have a lot of paperwork to sign out over this weekend. But after an hour after having left, you'd already be back home, so it wasn't that long of a trip. Ran some errands, and as you guys arrive back, it's about 11:15ish, right? It's getting pretty close to being about noon, and you're gonna need to be there a little after 12 o'clock on that alleyway to be able to get to Suntown. So, you're all prepared, you're all ready, and Fee runs out. She's changed into her, her normal attire for the era, and everybody's out of their 80s clothes, and we will take a break here for 15 minutes or so, all right?
Yeah.
And then we are going to come back, and we will be starting with you guys arriving in Sant'Elieri at the
Mhm.
alleyway that you need to use to enter
Alrighty.
Suntown.
Good. Oh, what if I had a quick moment to do some fishing before we head out?
I mean, it's been an hour. So,
yeah.
I mean-
So that's why. What rolls do I need to make?
He rolls.
I roll.
You rolls? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
random roll.
Are we going to?
Nada, sorry.
Shit.
No.
No,
What
no.
was that,
Go ahead,
sorry?
Liza.
Oh, so I'm going to Suntown to find witches, but is there other stuff we're doing there?
Everybody else
Shopping.
is shopping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you also want to shop too, I mean, that could be your
Yeah,
also. main
Zarman
thing.
was after that conversation. Zarman and Zil just said. And hearing everybody's about to go shopping to this Suntown. We'll hand everybody except Zale 100 platinum.
That's just the conversation.
And Gwen,
Savage.
Gwen would approach you after Tirana had gone and talked to her about what had happened and stuff. And she would say, I'm sorry that I wasn't there. But I promised that I'm going to get outfitted, and I was hoping that you could come with me, go seeking out a worthy smith. I hear that the group is going to Suntown, and from what I've heard, they are experts on all things magical and enchanting.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a break.
Mhm.
Switch devices here for a second.
Essentially.
Oh, I love that. That was, but I don't care, dude. This is so
You're
funny.
welcome.
Uh,
I mean, if Zale wanted to ask why he's handing everybody else money except him, I mean, he can.
nah, Zell would understand what you're doing. Zell has his own money, so he's totally fine with it. And it's also the case of he's not questioning your decisions, because you make good decisions.
Yeah, so bye-bye, Eliza and Hanu. Get your 100 platinum on your sheets.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Guys, look at this. I don't know what this is. She holds this thermos. But it's making the water really warm.
Which one?
The water baby.
Oh,
It was like in the sink of Reina's place, and I'm like, I don't think she's gonna
Making
use
the
that.
water very warm, even though she has the water boiled.
Yeah, this tea's been there for quite some time, and it's still warm.
Oh my god.
Zale, what is this? What is this magic?
It's called science.
Mm.
It's pretty cool, right?
What was that, Sarah?
Oh,
Oh,
I said
platinum.
it's-
It's the one worth 10 gold each. So Zarman just handed you like 1,000
That's
gold.
yeah.
Yeah. If you're looking at what your sheet is, if you're looking for that, it's the first one. It's that big kind of like just super silver one that they can just put in there.
Yeah, it's
God.
the biggest form of currency.
Okay.
The shiniest one.
So yeah, whenever we go shopping, you got 1,000 to work with there from Zarman.
Hell yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna see because family making pizza. Someone wants to see pizza's ready.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and Sapphire did record the whole
Had
conversation
fun
Zarman and Zale
with
did,
my
yeah.
Constantine Barrow conversation. Constantine's a great guy.
I don't trust it. That sigh.
Just
I
because
don't trust
he's a
it.
vampire don't mean anything.
He's just vampire voice, man. It just automatically sounds sketchy.
Hmm.
Fair enough.
Yep. He's a
Where is
vampire.
where's the calendar?
Resources requisition? No, it's... I'm trying to remember.
It
Is
should
it in
be
the
in
guild
resources.
chart?
If you go to guild expenses,
No.
Document?
Yeah, that Word document, and then it's hyperlinked in there.
Yeah.
I forget which part it was.
Exploration pillar.
Exploration pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First one. First one in Codex.
Cool.
We got some good Zarman and Zale talkies. Watering them plants. Both with tears and with water on the floor because Zale didn't listen to directions first time around.
Fool.
He's not here to defend himself, it's okay.
Yeah. That's okay. The fool.
Oh my god.
And if Breflin was here, I would have given her 100, but for now, I'll just say no. Unless she is actually there.
I think she was gonna be doing. She was gonna be a little bit busy before, so I don't know if she's planning on joining.
There we go.
So,
Finally.
whenever she joins, she can put 100 platinum on her sheet. If not, it's staying in the bag.
Back. I have to wait 10 more minutes. I'm so hungry.
No.
Sorry. So, it's a shopping episode anyway, so that means I can just eat.
I will BRB.
Mhm.
can eat while browsing. And I mean, the only one thing I want to go is the enchantment place and to check out my sword and shield and my gauntlet. It's really kind of the highlight for me. And new clothes.
Did Sunera
'cause
just?
I have to be here.
Yeah. Did Sunera bamf out after that conversation, or is she still lingering around Nance?
She's still there.
She's still there. Okay.
Yeah, then I have to.
Probably ask her if she wants to come along with, or if not, what to pick up for her in Suntown.
She'll go with.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
She's right about Suntown.
Mm-hmm.
You
we'll just
you
be-
would have read about Suntown.
Yeah. So.
You give me a religion check if you want to know what you've heard about Suntown.
Okay. Hyping herself up. What do I remember? Guidance. Make that a 16 religion.
You would remember that it is its druidic name is Volegrena, which roughly translates to Suntown. It's like the original haven for witches. It was created evidently during the original witch hunts when the empire was first being formed. And so it was a haven to help witches like escape. You know that it was supposedly created by the person who taught magic to people. So the matron of magic, the lady in the white feathered cloak, she's the one who supposedly created Suntown.
Okay. Gotcha.
And back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so Zell's kind of walking, being like, I do have something later tonight. Would I be back in time, honey?
Yeah. Well, what is exactly the time?
Zell will tell you exactly, because he mine.
Okay. Here, have my metal beast of burden, and she will give you the bike.
Can we take you in Suntown?
No, would see why not. Here,
He's
wait a
like,
second.
I really hope so.
I know.
Because she's got her bicycle with
I
like none of the flower baskets are filled right now, as she's like very obviously and evidently getting ready to stock up while she's there. So her bike looks more bare than it's ever looked.
The only time I look there.
Yeah, this should, please don't lose it. I mean,
Well, hopefully I'm not in a rush.
I mean, like, if just bring it in, I guess. I mean, I was able to bring my bike into the palace. I'm pretty sure you should at least bring a bike into the, whole.
Yeah, I won't lose in Suntown.
No, I'm talking about you're doing your concert thing, right?
Yeah.
Single Syria? Yeah, I know this is a pretty good bike, and a lot of people are gonna be looking for it, so you better fight them off.
Well, if I just say I'm Zell from Paradoxes, I think they won't try to pick a fight.
Okay, yeah. And if they don't, just ring the spell.
What to do exactly?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet.
The spell? I don't know. I guess it like alerts your area, like your location, but I think it might have another purpose.
What other purpose? Zell like looks at it real quick.
She starts ringing it. It could summon something. I don't know. If you like have a really particular like tune. Like, vibrations. I mean, that's what we do with somatic components. I mean, and
Zell
verbal
would start
components.
ringing the bell in a tune that only Zarman and Rizwith will get.
And welcome, Brooklyn.
You summoned
Yeah.
her.
Welcome.
Wow.
Speak of Rue.
We are, yep, the group.
What?
It's the same day you just arrived back. You woke up in the garage, a place you'd never been to before. Found out that, Zale evidently, won this property, during some gambling adventure that they'd had recently, but you didn't get a whole bunch of details on it. The group made their way back over to Rosemarie's, which is this quaint little house with a little faded light blue paint on it and vines and ivy growing all over it, and this cute little garden. It's right on the riverside. And when you got there, there was this little gnome lady named Rosemarie who, invited everybody in and made everybody tea. And this person you'd never met before named Frederick, a human, late 20s, looks like very, very tired, speaks with a Yellum accent. They arrived at the doorstep, evidently looking for a place to stay for a couple of nights because their place in the city was going through, so they just needed a place, you didn't hear that part. And then they got engrossed in conversations about signs of the apocalypse and oracles and shit. And as the group kind of like went over their conspiracy theories for a little bit, Eliza and Babette went off to run some errands for about an hour. And they came back to Rosemarie's, and the group set out to go to Suntown. Because there's a specific alleyway at a part of the city that you gotta wait for the sun when it's passing right over the alleyway, and you'll be able to take a quick trip to this magical town of witches where you can do some holiday shopping. Oh, and the city is covered in, festive holiday shit.
It's
And during that hour, you would have saw Zarman and Zale go out to the garden with Hanu. And they had their conversation out there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But how are you doing today, Brooklyn?
My arm is so fucking sore.
Yeah, I was like, what's the tat look like, man?
I told the person who's doing it to literally fill in the dice however they wanted. I just showed them some
Okay.
pictures of like
Yeah.
acrylic dice, and I was like, fuck it up.
Nice. Do it.
And so he did. He really fucked it up on my arm.
Oh no.
Dude, I was trying so hard not to like flex my arm or anything while he was doing it, and like for the most part it was fine until he had to wipe my arm. And that's the part where it felt like sandpaper, and I was like, I'm a little bitch.
Yeah.
I'm a little bitch. I'm a little bitch. I was like trying to be so tough. I'm like getting my tattoo colored in. I don't give a fuck. I just got all this fucking money. Slam it down. I'm so cool. Yeah, no. When I got it done, it didn't hurt at all. It just felt like a little. And he's like now 2 hours deep into my arm, wiping it, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Silently crying. I'm
He's like, there's always a point when I get tattooed that I instantly regret it. But then it's over and then I'm happy. And I was like, really?
This reminds me of my oldest sister. She had when she was getting her tattoos. She was when they're all confident, and then by like the 3-hour mark, because she was getting like a pretty big one on her arm. She was holding on to my arm for dear life.
It's the inside of my left bicep.
Ooh, that's tender.
And it kind of goes up into my armpit a little, just a little bit, not like,
Yeah.
but that part's so sensitive.
I know, right? Damn. Okay.
And then I had him add more dice because I only had the D20, but I was like, nah, I need like the full kind of like set. And so when he started the tattoo by putting those in and like kind of figuring out where they kind of fit, and then he starts like he pulls out that like 4-5 prong needle that's for coloring to hit like a wider space, and he's doing these like delicate little lines with just the edge of one of those needles and like making these swirls in it. I was like, oh, that's lit, this is gonna be great. Yeah, until I realized he has to do that for all 3 colors and do little tiny swirl accents, which take forever. I was like, holy shit. But it's okay, it's fine, I'm a god, don't worry about it.
Nice.
Could possibly happen. We're gods.
So
My
if we start saying that, we die.
My first tattoo was like this tiny sugar skull. It's not tiny, but it's like 1.5 inches long and like 1 inch wide, and it was on my wrist, like inner wrist.
Yeah.
And then, so I was like, oh, that was fine. That was literally nothing. I'm gonna get a giant jellyfish tattooed down my thigh. Like, I was getting it tattooed, and it was pretty horrible, I'm not gonna lie. But the worst part was like right under my ribs where my stomach gets all squishy. Like, that was painful. And then when I got my half sleeve, like, I was gonna say, dude, that armpit spot, like, the closer you get to your armpit, the more you want to die.
There was a point where I was like, I don't know if this tickles or if I want to scream. Like,
Yeah.
it just kept switching back and forth between those 2 emotions, like, rapidly, like, ha!
Oh,
My cat. Thank you, Poppy. You care so much.
yeah. Get them switches.
Alright, let's see if I can get Foundry up and working on
So-
this here lappy toppy.
The moment that you did jump in, Zale was actually playing a little tune on the bike bell that only Zarm and Rue would know. So, like, Zale, what are you doing?
Bike bell!
It's a song as Rue used to probably sing when we were back in Koiko. Because that's the only really music he knows. It's from Rue, so. That's what he's doing. It's just, I don't know any songs, so I'll just read this real quick. I can't read rock and roll songs because I don't think I heard do that on the bell.
Not yet.
Just
But,
viciously
Not
shake
yet.
it and you'll be close.
Yeah.
We're just poking at this bell because neither, well, Hanu doesn't know what to do with it, so she's like, it has to be some kind of secret. Like, if I ring at a certain time, it opens up and it reveals something. I don't know.
I mean, I could just infuse it with magic and do some. I mean, I could do some various things with it.
I mean, do you think it,
Do you want it to summon something?
That'd be cool.
We summoning shit now?
I mean,
It's more
right.
just kind of a little filler joke, RP.
Yeah, I was like, huh.
That's what we're talking on the way there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Fee, what does this thing actually do?
Oh yeah, your twins
It
here, by the way.
It lets people know that I'm coming on through because sometimes I don't notice when I'm going around a corner really fast.
Oh,
I
okay,
feel that.
okay. Gotcha.
Oh, Fee and Rue, man. I can't wait for that interaction.
I'm just saying though, like bards use music. This is still an instrument, so maybe you could cast spells with a bike.
You could! You
Yeah.
totally could!
Are you saying you want to make a bike a arcane focus, or in the sense of magical focus?
I mean, I wouldn't need to use it, but that's something in the future possibilities, yeah? Future realm of possibilities. Sorry, I got my words confused. Like always, but still.
I mean, I was gonna make it fly at one point, but I mean, I can make it. I guess I can do both. I'll think about it. He just like does a
Everybody
little
in
quick
there?
note in his journal. Yep.
I see.
I'm gonna grab chips.
Okay.
You guys can listen to me loudly chomp them,
Hell yeah.
just like old times.
You're right. Damn. It is old times. Oh,
Okay.
everybody's here.
I hear chips.
Mm.
Fuck up.
So that must mean that you are ready.
Je suis prête.
I'll take this as a
Alright.
yes.
Alright. So, you make your way through the festively decorated Madronit-themed city of Hearthfont. Getting towards the middle of the day now, it is really busy. Travelers from all over Auvale and probably beyond are mingling all throughout the city looking for wares. But as you step through the portcullis into Saint-Eliary, it's mostly small residential homes. Chimney smoke spilling out over the western river. As you walk through cobblestone paths, trying to make your way through the network of chaotically organized avenues. Thankfully, they're all given names, most of them in Auvalian, but with several people that speak it fluently, you manage to ask directions and follow the themed street names until you finally find your way just the right alley. Look down at your clock and you realize that, you've got about 1 minute, 2 minutes, until it's supposed to go. You can see the sun climbing overhead on a pale, brisk winter day. And all of a sudden gust of heat goes through the streets. You hear the pattering of steps and a full-blown Pyralisk, a creature a couple of you people in the group are experienced with, goes rushing on by you. You take a quick step back, and as it rushes on by, you see another figure go running on after it for just a moment before they catch you guys out of the corner of their eyes and see you. And Ace, if you would like to describe your character for just a moment.
Okay, so you stopping, turning to look at you. It's got fairly humanoid looking, except for a few little differences, like his brown hair with bright orange streaks through it. His extremely well-tanned skin has some odd markings all over it, which crackle a little bit like the embers of a long put-out fire. He stands at just under 6 foot. And as he glances over at you, his eyes light up a bright orange, just for a moment. And he looks a little bit taken with the group. Almost as if something's caught his eye. And this faint smell of smoke around him as he seems to be keeping himself warm with some sort of magic energy. He stops and, holding his staff, he plants it firmly on the ground. This ancient oak wood with a red gem at the top of it, with what looks like some sort of bird carved into it. And he will take a step back and just look at you guys wide-eyed for a moment, quickly glance where the Pyralisk went, and glance back at you guys.
Oh, I have a good berry if you want to feed it to it. I like magic.
As nice as that would be, I will have to take you up on that another time.
Oh.
Oh. You are an interesting one.
Looks around, points himself.
He looks back to where the Pyralisk went, looks back at you. Yes, you.
Huh?
And the rest of you. Look, I really need to get going. I'm going to try and catch up with you lot again soon.
Mm.
I am fascinated. Where'd that bird go? That way?
Yeah, that way.
Oh, alright. And he will just take off down the path.
And you see the sun kind of cresting up over the alleyway as you see him take off around the corner. And he goes, "This is it! We're gonna miss it!" And she goes rushing off towards it.
Shit.
Rude takes off.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Still activates his gauntlet. Alright, let's gonna move on. Zoo.
Kind of rides her bike through there.
Okay.
So
He
everybody hates it.
rings her bicycle thing as she goes on ahead, and you match it with yours. And with that, you guys run into the alleyway just as the light is cresting over the top of it. And for a moment, it gets so bright that everything turns golden within your eyes, almost like the sun just catches it at that perfect blinding spot. And immediately the gold turns to solid white. And as you blink away this blinding sunlight, the dappled shadows of leaves begin to press through this bright white as the hazy images of trees begin to get clearer. You look around and you see that you're standing on a stone bridge, you and all of your friends. It's squat, not very long, and it curves over a rocky riverbed of heavy stones. The first thing you hear as you watch the world come from white into clarity is the sound of laughter, chime-like. It bubbles like the stream that no longer rushes through this riverbed as you watch a small ball of light glowing with a lavender hue, and it spins around each of you, chiming, laughing. For coming to Bob steadily, head height just before the group. "Oh, newcomers to Suntown. I'm Aster. I'm going to be your tour guide. Normally I'd show you all around town, but we're incredibly busy, so I'm going to be able to give you only some quick directions. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Good!" And you watch as like a couple of like other people go like suddenly around you, and you see some people in Jiao and garb, and you see some people with nothing but like furs and feathers in their clothes, and you see some a bit more stately dressed people. Could have come from Avalon or even Avale. And as they walk out, you see that none of them really have the same like orb pop up around them. They walk in with a sense of familiarity. A kid bursts out from between the Xiaolans and goes running on ahead of them. And you hear one of them, like mutter something in Xiaolan about crazy kids, for those of you that speak that dialect of Elven. And then you see this glowing orb in front of you give a little another chime-like thing of laughter as they bob across the street, and you get the feeling within you that it expects you to follow.
Yes, we followed it. So what-
Across the bridge, you'll find Suntown shops all on the main street. And when you look ahead of you, you can see that it's just one long road. Probably goes on for about 3 miles or so. And on either side of it, stretching up for hundreds of feet, is this towering cliff faces. The homes that make their way on it are built up along the face of this cliff, getting higher and higher along its many ledges and grooving pathways. But this one road right on the bottom of it goes all the way to the end. You see ivy and plants growing off of the rooftops, and the sun is just directly overhead. Just like it was when you had seen it passing through that alleyway. And looking up, you get the feeling that if it were to pass even just a bit more, this place would get plunged into complete darkness. But there it is, caught in this perfect moment. And the sunlight catches on every single plant on the way down, in a way so that the shadowed and shaded road ahead of you is still warm with this ambient golden glow. Most of the homes are higher up, so you probably won't need to leave the main street unless you're staying the night, in which case you can find rooms at the Overlook. And the orb glows up for a moment, and you see just beyond it, perched on one of the cliffs, is this big tree growing right out of it. Its branches reach all the way to the other side of the cliff. It's the big building growing right out of the giant acacia tree on the cliffs. Other than that, if you're looking for something special, you'll probably want to check with the Enchantress. Also, if anything happens to go missing, you'll want to check with the Enchantress before you check with Lady Gehenna. Anyways, good luck, and if you end up really, really needing anything, just touch your nose and say, "Aster, help me," and I'll be there before you know it. But try and keep it to emergencies. We're just really at a busy moment right now.
Alright, take care. Don't forget to drink.
Disappears,
Okay, bye.
and then right after it disappears, just a moment later, it pops back up and goes, "Oh, I almost forgot." And we've got ourselves a little game going for the weekend. It's called Gnome on a Tome. Somewhere in Suntown, there's a gnome sitting on a tome. They're under the effects of the reduce spell, so they're about the same size as me. Good luck finding them. When you do, you have to point and shout, "Gnome on a tome!" And the first person to spot our tiny tome squatter wins a prize. Have fun in Suntown, travelers! And then, gone.
She immediately looks to Eliza. You're gonna help us with this, right?
Yes.
Hawk eyes. Makes the same motion with Eliza's pointing.
This
She
is
nods.
definitely an
And-
interesting place.
Babette looks over at Eliza and says, "I bet there's tons of fairies here."
I don't know if we should go looking for them. Feel like we maybe learned our lesson the first time.
Oh, I mean, probably, but if we do run across any.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we start walking around, even splitting up, let's have like an anchor point, so in case we do get separated, we know where to go. I mean, do we want to be splitting off like half and half, or join together and then branch off whenever?
It's up to you. The Enchantress sound interesting to me. I mean, not so close. So.
I mean, we do have constant communication, and Babette taps her ear.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Yeah, I know.
Still, it's good to
Just a meeting point, just in case something happens, I guess. Yeah, I think this. I mean, right here by the bridge too.
Eliza is probably going to venture off on her own.
No!
And what?
Not you. I pressed a button.
It's like, or not. No. But yeah, like she's gonna go. I don't really know where she should go first,
Give
but
me
she's
an
probably...
investigation check.
Okay.
Well, why don't you two? She'll grab both of you and Babette's shoulders. You two are gnoming about. You'll go wherever you please.
Listening on it, Eliza, based off of what your tour guide said, perhaps the Enchantress might be a lead, because it says if you're looking for something special, you'll probably want to check with the Enchantress. Also, if anything goes missing, you'll want to check with the Enchantress before you check with Lady Gehenna. So you heard of anything goes missing, something you know happens to be missing right now, or someone rather. And so, either one of those options, Lady Gehenna or the Enchantress, would probably be a lead.
Okay. Well then, yeah, she's gonna suggest we go to the Enchantress, or that she's going there.
No, I mean, I think everybody would want to go there first, then.
Gwen wanted to see if she can find something. Zummer likes to Gwen.
I can perhaps wait until after we've seen this Enchantress. Who knows, maybe she'll have answers.
Summer nods.
Just sounds logical. So I guess the Enchantress it is. Anybody else want to go anywhere else before then? Kind of just group vote. Real?
Don't really know where I am. Just following you guys right now.
Alright. Alright, let's then head to the Enchantress place then.
So, what do you think this Enchantress is gonna be like? Is she gonna be one of the good kind of Enchantresses? Because I think in most stories that I've ever heard, the Enchantress is usually not a good person.
You mean like an evil witch?
Like an evil witch.
Ugh, they're so difficult.
Maybe we should ask about the Enchantress before we go there. Because what if everybody's actually secretly scared of the Enchantress?
I mean, I feel like that's also just propaganda because another Enchantress is trying to talk smack about, you know, the good Enchantress in those stories.
You're right.
Sometimes they tend to be misunderstood as opposed to actually evil.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah.
They could be evil because...
Like werewolves.
Just like Zell starts looking away and is whistling.
Scenaro says that.
Yes, he looks away from Scenaro and just starts whistling.
They could be considered evil because they don't charge a lot at all, and that would definitely cause a big competition with, like, I don't know, markets. I have no idea. Evil's a weird term.
Huh. What do you
So
start
we
getting
all go to the Enchantress first, and then after that we can split up if needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then meet back up at the Enchantress by the end, maybe. Since
Yeah,
by that point we all know actually a spot in Suntown to meet up by.
Or the Overlook. It
That
looks like
looks
you can see it from anywhere in town.
I mean,
that might actually be a better idea.
Yeah, those are two really good, places. So either would do. I guess it depends. I'd at least probably want to go back to Enchantress because I do have to leave here. But yeah, let's go meet this Enchantress, and hopefully it's not an evil one.
I mean,
Or maybe it's just, or maybe she's just really interesting, and maybe she's not good or evil. And
Maybe
she's
she just has an enchanting personality.
Yeah, exactly.
not to put any pressure on anybody, but we're here to enjoy the whole day. Not really a week, but whenever it happens, we're gonna always pop back at the same time.
Don't chew on my pen.
Oh, I know. That's just me, because I don't really understand this place, how their time theme works. So
It doesn't.
what?
Well, the time doesn't work.
Like it stops, and then we feel like, we've only spent a little bit, and then it's a lot of bit, but sometimes it could be a lot of bit and a little bit, or like...
It sounds like we should probably just go talk to the expert. I say we all go to the Enchantress and split up from there. And then meet at the Overlook.
Yeah, that sounds fine. That sounds like a plan, actually. So, let's go meet her. Start walking that direction.
You start walking down towards the end of the street, and yeah, you go on for some time. You feel like you could walk here all day and somehow not get tired. And though it's a long road, you walk by many different shops, and several of them specializing in just particular material components. You walk by a shop that sells nothing but different types of cauldrons, right?
Ooh!
And you walk by another one that sells a bunch of different types of flying broomsticks.
Ooh!
And every shop here seems to be specialized at making a bunch of particular types of as far as you can tell, very classical. I mean, the classic seems to have never gone out of style here. A lot of the people you see here are going around with the witch hats. You see some people fly overhead on broomsticks and stuff, and some of them riding them, some of them just standing on top of them lazily. As you make your way down to the end of the street, you know that enough time has passed that sun should have passed overhead, and yet it still hasn't. And you can tell that, this rejuvenated feeling of not being tired no matter how much you walk, and the fact that time has not gone by, that there probably is something to the idea that time is broken here. Stop. And when you get to the very end, you finally get to a small wrought iron gate that is fully open and grown over with an abundance of vines, out of which you can see various types of tulips and honeysuckle plants growing out of it. And as you walk through into the other end, it immediately just steps out into grass. The cobblestone street ends as soon as you get onto the other side of this gate. You can see wrought into the arch of the gate itself the words Garden of Forgotten Things. It ends up winding through a very shaded forest path. It goes up and down hills on a good hike, and there are no roads, but you can tell by the way the flowers are growing along this path that this is the way you're meant to go. And to follow this flowered path through the Garden of Forgotten Things, you occasionally pass by overgrown wardrobes and what looks to be entire dinner sets. You see a tree that has nothing but fur coats hanging off of it, and another one that's got ties hanging off of it. And as you make your way past these trees laden with odd items, you finally get to a small, quaint little cottage in the middle of a glade. It's so small, you're certain that it's gotta be every room all in one. And yet, as you peer through the very low windows by the different flowers growing in front of it, you can see inside a much bigger cavernous space through the slotted windows. As you're leaning down and one of you is considering on knocking on the door, you instead hear from behind you, coming out from the tree line, a voice. You walked faster than I expected. Turning around, you see a woman in a white feathered cloak.
What? Sorry.
Hello there.
She's got underneath her arm a wicker basket with many different herbs and flowers filled to the brim out. She walks past you. She does. You try and get a look at her face underneath the shadows of it, but all you can catch out is just a bit of a soft chin. But no matter try as you might, or any angle you get to, those shadows are impenetrable underneath. This woman in her white feathered cloak walks through your group. The door opens up in front of her, and she walks inside down the steps into the cloister of lost things.
Well, I guess we follow her.
Yeah.
Is this the same lady you guys met?
I am certain that we've never met before.
Can I have done like a perception check or anything when she came up?
Yeah. What are you trying to perceive?
Literally anything. Like, I'm instantly, the feathered cloak has me on edge, so I just am like,
Side by
I don't know.
side comparison in her mind.
Yeah.
The physical structure, shoulders, the walking style, anything.
That would be more of an insight check.
okay.
All right, even better. So, looking at her, based off of what you had seen in the video, the body size and posture and everything is right. But you didn't get too much to work off with. But based off of what you did see, I mean, she lines up enough.
And does she line up with the woman that we saw when we were being chased?
Down in the cabaret?
Yeah.
Yes, because that lined up with the other woman. So
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Walking inside, you can see that it is a cavernous room. There are many wax candles just stuck onto every single surface around you. Some of them are just upside down chairs stacked up on each other. Some of them are wardrobes. Some of them are bookshelves. And as you go through, it just seems to be a collection of just really old stuff. No real collective reason behind all of it. And some of it comes off as magical to you, but not a whole lot of it. The place itself, however, has this light magical hum to it. So magical, though, that even those of you that aren't attuned to that stuff feel like the goosebumps and hairs stand up on your arms as you walk inside. The air drops down a couple of degrees, but not uncomfortably cold, just not the comforting warmth that you had known outside. There's a lot of dust here, and as you walk by, you see that you're not alone in here. There are a couple of other figures. You see what look to be some fox-like humanoids with these robes, carrying scrolls and books and sorting through all of the stuff as you pass by.
Do we know what these creatures are?
You could give me an Arcana.
Can I try to peek at some of the books?
Give me a perception check. What you trying to
16.
peek? 16. You're not certain. You've never seen or heard of these creatures before.
Eliza is gonna look around too. I don't know. I guess just investigate if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Give me an investigation check.
Fuck.
Give me just a second. Pull something up. All right. Looking around here, everything here seems to be, as far as you can tell, a minimum of 100 years old. There isn't a single item in here that isn't at least a century old. Everything seems to be very well made. As far as you can tell, everything in here seems to have been handmade. There is nothing in here that was like machine or magically created. Everything here seems to have been created with very good traditional craftsmanship and to have been made at least 100 years ago. Looking at the creatures that are going around, none of them like look your way as you guys are going through. They all seem to just be focused on their work. They're humanoid height, but with these fox-like heads and these purplish robes that they wear. And Zale, you can tell that they're picking up magic items throughout all of it, so they seem to be like cataloging or searching for magic items throughout all of this. She leads you through until you get to a center clearing in the middle of all of this. It's got a big circular ornate rug right in the middle of it, and everything, as soon as you step into it and you look the way you came, you went through what seemed to have been a logical path, but looking back now behind you, you do not understand how you're supposed to find your way back out of it. And it wasn't until you were in the middle of this circle that you realized how chaotic it was outside of it. There are a couple of chairs and couches. There's a table in the middle of this. There are some curtains that are kind of pulled around, like a circular ring is hoisted up above the middle of this carpet, and curtains are rung through it that kind of block off some of the paths into the shelves beyond it, but only lightly so, like not like really meant to obscure in any real way. But they kind of give a semblance of this central area almost feeling a little bit more cloistered. And she sits her basket down on one of these tables, and she says, "So, newcomers, what may the enchantress do for you?"
Well, I think Alone says you want to ask her something first.
Yeah, I just came with questions. Maybe you can answer a few of them.
Questions of what nature?
Well, to start, I am looking for my father, Ezio Maravesi. Have you seen or heard of him?
I thought that I saw a family resemblance. How is Ezio? Oh, missing. Yes, you said that.
By choice. But still.
If you're searching for Ezio and he's missing by choice, it might be possible to find him. But it would come at a cost.
Of course. What kind of cost?
I can divine somebody's location, even one that is difficult to reach or in distant places. Her eyes, you suddenly see them glow this white inside of the shadows, and you can see just ticking inside of them what seems to be the sound of almost like a clock moving. And you can watch as the white seems to be spilling like sand inside of her eyes. This type of deed, 5,000 gold.
Answers all of my questions. And she just steps back.
Of course, if that price is too steep, you could always speak to Lady Gehenna. She is far more willing to negotiate than I. And
Thank you.
I am willing to offer a discount on any of my services to anybody that makes a deal with Gehenna on their way outside.
Find her.
And the rest of you, questions, questions, questions. I can hear them ticking inside your minds. Speak.
Right? Well, mine's, I guess, more in tune with your craft, and he would kind of take off both Thirster and the Aegis, and kind of with his gauntlet as well, kind of bring it over. I was curious what you can read from these.
Her hand hovers over the top of it, and you see as the symbols of astronomical signs pop up in these glowing lines underneath her palm and between her hand and your items. They move around in a circle until one of them hovers over it, and the stars within it light up. And then it moves in the opposite direction, and another one of them lights up. And she goes, I see. Cursed by the chariot. It is no easy thing to get rid of a cursed item, much less one cursed by a god. But not impossible.
I didn't even know it was cursed. That is. I guess then, if it's cursed, how would I get rid of the curse then?
I am willing to tell you the process. I will say this. if any of you or your allies make a purchase today, I will throw it in for free.
Oh.
Everybody loves a bargain.
And the gauntlet, anything from that?
She looks down at it. Her hand hovers for a moment. And you watch as it spins around and around, coming to another side, which light up. And she goes, there are many souls within this. A lot was sacrificed in its creation. However, the aims of its creation exist beyond the scope of time. You watch as the thing begins to spin backwards and backwards and backwards, going faster and faster and faster. Before the beginning, after the end, whatever its purpose is, I cannot say. Curious questions and interesting artifacts. You watch as, for a moment, there's this, and the carpet underneath you guys kind of toughs out at the edges as if wind just blew out from underneath it. And then you see as her eyes dim down, and she says, you are paradoxes.
Yeah. Yeah, the paradoxes.
I was gonna say, when she says that, is she like stating that we are paradoxes because time travel, or she knows of this group in some form?
She seemed to not be saying it as a title. So
Okay.
she didn't seem to even have.
Mhm.
Generally, you're kind of getting this odd feel that she's not actually aware of who you guys are.
Mm-hmm.
That she was just doing a routine thing until a moment ago, and then now her curiosity has suddenly shifted, and there's an oracle in this room.
She decidedly just slowly starts turning around, looking around where, but also trying to see if there's anything interesting to buy. Gonna do a quick check to see if anything piques her attention.
Rereading for fellow seers.
Oh.
Would you care for one?
Under what circumstances, if... I guess they would call it strings attached from on the outside. Are there any here?
Free is free.
Well, I wish it was that easy from where I'm at. It's refreshing in a way, but I'll think about it. The other thing I want to just get off on the table right away. There seems to be another item of ours that is causing a condition. A curse, but in the strangest of sense. Does that reading also apply to, the free reading also apply to it if there is a purchase on the table?
That sounds like an agreeable arrangement.
Okay. Like, happen to have anything that can make me conjure up a storm or, like, wind? Anything around here?
I might have just the thing. And you see as she gestures with one hand, and one of the curtains that you'd seen just kind of, and between it as it draws back, you see an image that those of you with like high passive investigations, like above 15, would recognize as actually an illusion. But it's an illusion of what appears to be like a hand fan.
Huh. That is actually really interesting. Huh.
Can it, like, summon thunderstorms?
Mini ones?
Maybe? I don't know. I know there's, like, a specific fan that can, that some casters use to make a wall of wind. So I'm guessing a fan can have other properties too. What does it do? She'll lean in.
It is able to summon gusts of wind. I believe that is what you were looking for, was it not?
Can't complain here. It's the, and she'll just, do like a basic negotiation of, you know, what's the set price kind of thing. What does it go for?
500 gold pieces.
Oh.
However, you can get it for 400 if you're capable of finding it yourself without the aid of one of my assistants.
I love
That
her.
is merely an illusion.
She's holding her breath. Like the longest time. She's like, I kinda do want to look for it. Yeah, I will get on that right away. After we finish up our conversation here.
I guess buying would help. I was looking for something to make me faster.
Babette raises an eyebrow. Like, really?
Or flight. Either or.
I believe that there are some... No, I just sawed that magic carpet. That is a shame. I don't believe that I have anything in stock taken out with that particular trait. But there are plenty of brooms of flying that you can buy in town.
More temporary or more permanent?
Well, it's a broom of flying. You'll get the hang of it, I'm certain.
Oh, you said broom. I thought you said boon. Scratch that. Never mind. I didn't say that. Okay. And you also do. I mean, you're a enchantress. I do have a common little magic, and he takes out the glasses. He just like puts it on the table. Can you add anything to this?
It does appear to have its own latent magic energy. A lesser enchantress? The answer would be no. But I am here for the next couple of days until the holiday. I can enchant a few items each day.
Does that have to be non-magical?
It can be magical, non-magical. But if it already has an enchantment, I'm limited on what I can apply.
Gotcha.
Do I find this fan with an 18?
because I'm busy talking.
Yeah. She was told to find
You
something.
do, but it takes 10 minutes to find it.
She scampers about. Eventually comes back. I found it.
You could have found it with a 10 to 15 as well, but it would have taken you an hour.
Gotcha. She holds it
Okay.
triumphantly over her head. As she comes up, she's like, do we want to take her up on that offer for the free reading that I can give us? I mean, fine. I don't know what to ask. Didn't really expect that right off the bat.
I was also potentially looking to... I've noticed that my inability to see in darker areas has become a bit of a weakness for me. Was there anything that you would be able to do to help me with that?
Currently, I have no items in stock, but I do know an enchantment that could help. I could place it on any item you wish. An enchantment like that would end up costing you about 1,500 gold.
I would be able to do that. I have a necklace that could possibly work. It is already, I believe, enchanted, but it hasn't seemed to work very well for me. And she holds out the periapt of reflection.
I'm sorry, but I don't enchant cursed items.
Babette blinks.
Hunter looks between Zale, Babette, and Zarman. Does it spread?
So you didn't know. I'm sorry about the news. However, on the bright side, I did agree to tell your other cursed friend how I could help him, and the knowledge will help you as well.
How about an item cursed by a Kurova? And Zarman flips out the amulet of health.
That's an odd curse. It's more like haunting. The Crovers were always known to be tireless spirits, never know when to die. That knowledge could help you, though I do not envy that particular task.
Just have to appease the spirit that is connected to it.
So, will you be making a purchase today?
Yeah, I found it.
For 100 gold.
And she will gladly hand it over.
See as she waves her hand over it, and a little swirl of starlight appears, and it almost looks like a black hole forms in the middle of it, and then all the coins get sucked into it. And you were gonna say something? Sorry.
Oh, Babette basically doesn't have really anything on her that could be enchanted that isn't already enchanted. So I don't have the item, I just have the money for it.
You could
put it on any mundane thing too.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just have like some random thing you can wear.
Like, I have the goblin coins. Can I just like get that enchanted and turn it into a necklace later?
Yep.
Okay.
Wow, not that wine opener I gave you? That corkscrew? Whoa!
Alright.
Twice in a row? Oh my gosh.
You hand her the goblin coin.
Yeah.
Are you certain you wish to place it on this? Quite the expensive trinket.
I have expensive taste.
Just because I'm curious, would you want that?
No, it could potentially find a place here, but I'm certain that I've got drawers upon drawers of goblin coins around here somewhere. If ever I could find them, then Baba Yaga, sorry, Mama Know How.
Name drop.
Mama Know How. Mama Know How would finally stop hounding me about it.
Know how. Is she interested in those coins?
She's interested in many obscure and long dead things. You could say that it's something of a professional obsession. But I won't prattle on about old friends.
I bet if you need a necklace, I got a lot of seashell necklaces I'm willing to part with.
Yeah, I mean, if you're willing.
And she just takes
no coin?
It's up to you. A bit.
Yeah.
No, I think she'll stick with the coin.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. She takes it, and she takes your monies, and once more up into this black hole, and as the money goes up, she pulls back her hood for the first time in this conversation, and you see a surprisingly young woman with not like these dark, sultry features that you had expected, but somewhat freckly, dirty blonde haired, or sandy kind of blonde haired human girl in her late or mid-20s. It's hard to tell. There's a certain strange youthfulness to her that makes it kind of hard to put a pinpoint on what her age is. And she smiles as the coins disappear, and she goes, "So how about that free reading?"
Well, yeah, indeed. This is sort of chilled down. And looks to Hanu.
The free reading was for Hanu.
Yeah, she's just like awkward, like, oh. Sure, why not?
I tried. I tried to get you out of this.
Okay. She will scuttle on over.
Do you have allergies?
Not that I'm currently aware of.
Okay, drink this. And she pulls like a potion right out of her sleeve, and it tastes like licorice. I'm sorry, but I can't make it taste better.
Okay, she'll just zone out a little bit and ask Gran, what is this? What am I doing? Frantically ask her grandma.
Grandma, stranger danger.
Do you drink it? Your grandma in your mind goes, tastes like licorice ass.
She composes herself.
She didn't say no.
I know, she composes herself with all her training. Holds it for a moment, looks at her right in the eyes, and drinks it.
Okay. As soon as you down it, it says, ugh! And then just as you do, you see as there's like a sudden arcane flurry out of her sleeves, and this black bird like appears out of nowhere, and then she grabs it by the neck, and before you know it, this just gutted right down the middle with a blade you didn't even see her with. And as it does, the whole thing just disappears, right? And there's just nothing but a bit of blood left on her fingers, which she immediately smears on your forehead, right down the middle, and then on her own. And you all watch as both of their eyes go solid white, and you see the bit of golden sand, like an hourglass, spilling through the middle of it. And Hano, I need you to join me in whispers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, you are standing on a rocky cliff. It's gray, bit misty. You can see the cold ocean splashing up against the rocks, and this fine mist hanging in a very gray, overcast environment. You see her standing right across from you, and she's got this feathered cloak, and her hood's still down. But now she's holding this gnarled wooden staff. The wind especially loud. And she says something, but it gets whipped away by the wind and the 15 feet pace between the two of you.
Does this place kind of look familiar, really? Or is this...
Give me a history check.
I will guidance that. I don't know what that was. Oh, well, yeah, that was pretty low. 13.
Based off of this environment and stuff, this is probably somewhere off of the, western coast of the sovereign states.
Alright.
You know that currently you are facing east, right? And you can see water in front of you. It's very foggy and gray, but you can see that there's a distant bit of land past the fog. So there's like a very long channel between you and another piece of land.
Okay.
And she's still like shouting something to you. You can see
Sure.
her mouth moving.
Start walking towards the cliff side.
As you're getting closer, the ground underneath you begins to crack, and the whole cliff begins to feel like it's starting to slowly fall down. But she's shouting something to you, and the whole thing is just starting to like teeter off the side of it. But she's just still desperately calling this out towards you, despite it all.
Alright. She will start picking up her pace and kind of dashing.
All right. As you rush towards her, you see the whole thing beginning to slide off the side, and you're being pulled further away from her. But you manage to hear out through the wind the "Remember to breathe!" And as you hear it, it suddenly occurs to you, wait, I haven't been breathing. And you inhale a breath as suddenly you burst out from underneath the water, and you see her pulling you up on top of a small fishing dinghy in the middle of a chaotic and dark ocean. Lightning through the sky. The boat is rocking off the sides of it, and she's sitting down in her white feathered cloak across from you, holding a fishing pole. You look down in your hands, there's a fishing pole in yours. And she casts the line out into one direction and says, "We're looking for things in the water."
He just nods and casts the other direction.
Okay. Give me a insight check. Okay.
Add a little bit of guidance to that. 24.
So you manage to see as the line hits into the water that it ripples out, and a couple of strange glowing fish, pale white, are swimming underneath this very, very black storm-tossed sea. They're massive in size and moving far underneath. But you see it as it swims past your line, that images start to kind of shimmer off of its reflection on the water. You can see a throne room, statues of knights mounted on the backs of great steeds. You see bloodstains on flowers in a garden. Give me an insight check.
Just keeps on looking. I'm gonna re-roll that with Sage's.
You see
23.
that there is very strange plant in this garden next to where these bloodstains are. Give me a nature check.
— 15. 16.
As far as you can tell, that this is actually a flower that's very rare. It grows in places like Wildevere and on some islands in the Coterie Coast, and it's carnivorous and eat medium-sized and small creatures.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She starts walking towards it. Focusing
see-
in on it.
Kind of try to like reel the line, and it goes taut, and as it does, the whole fishing line itself is imbued with this golden light that goes right into the water. Give me another insight check.
Yeah. Alright. She's gonna channel divinity.
Okay.
She's gonna scritch her bird. Alright.
There you go.
And so that is a 34 with my owl.
Okay. As it goes tight for a moment, you feel like it's getting ready to snap. And then all of a sudden, the golden light on it gets brighter. And suddenly, you're not looking into the water at all. You're listening to music. And conversation, laughter. And I was like, who joined us?
I think I see Brooklyn. Hey, bro. I think you accidentally joined in Whispers.
Brooklyn.
Oh, hey, bro. How are you doing?
Funny conspiracy. Oh. Okay, there you go. And so all right. So you would end up
listening to conversation music.
Yes, you hear conversation and music, like a ball. There's laughter and idle, gossipy conversation. You can see around you ornate desks. You can see what looks to be a study. And then you hear on the other side of the doors of this study sudden sounds of screaming.
Does the desk interior look like any specific design in the world?
Give me a history check. Give me an investigation, actually.
Okay. Come on. I don't know why, for some reason, my mouse just doesn't show up. Investigation.
Yep. Looking around, it looks like this is probably somewhere in the sovereign states.
Okay. Alright, she starts glancing out the window quickly if there's a window nearby.
Looking at it, there is a window nearby. It's looking out into a garden. You can see like it's a cloistered garden with a wall. It appears to be, as far as you can tell, sometime in spring or summer.
Okay.
Early summer if it's summer.
She's going to take a snapshot of that scene and then start walking backwards to the screaming.
Okay.
So, if she was able to draw this out, she'd be drawing out that specific scene right there.
You go to turn back towards the door, and as you try to open the double set of wooden doors, they're locked. You go to shake it, you hear on the other side as somebody hits the door, and somebody shouts out, and you hear the sound of a... Actually, let me roll for this. Let us in, we have wounded. You hear Maya say. Let us in, there is a murderous beast out here.
Alright, she's gonna drop kick it.
Go to kick the door. Give me a strength check.
Okay. If that doesn't work, she's gonna follow that up with a spiritual weapon. But gosh,
And then spiritual weapon that thing. Give me the damage for it.
she is okay. She's gonna fucking channel divinity again.
Okay.
Yeah. Heck of the rolls.
Alright. You right through the door, and as it bursts open, this flood of water rushes into the room, and you see as once more you're being pulled out of a dark, stormy ocean and onto the deck, or onto this small, dingy boat. You went too far there. I understand that this comes naturally to a seer, but you must resist the urge to reach too far.
Sorry.
It is fine, but the spirit world can be very, very dangerous. We have overstayed our welcome. And you hear at that moment a whale-like noise come up from underneath you. You look down and there's this glowing white massive frame of a creature, very similar to the aboleth that you had seen before, but much bigger and glowing pale white. And as it does, and she says that, she reaches her hand into the water, and then she puts her hand up against your forehead, and you feel this coolness go up in the opposite direction where she had rubbed that blood down. And then suddenly, you're back.
Oh, they're back. Quiet. Hello?
Let's go by.
Oh boy.
She's quiet.
How much?
2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Are those sessions supposed to last that long?
That was a lot more intensive than the ones you're used to experiencing.
She takes a deep breath and pockets the fan.
You're also rarely ever that lucid unless you've been doing it with like because Takaro or a god reached out to you. Any other time you'd ever done the seer type of stuff, it had been hard to understand what you were seeing half the time. This was something different. You watch as their eyes turn back to normal, and her hand reaches out, steadies your shoulder. She looks down at you, grabs your chin, lifts it up, looks right into your eyes. Good. So you won't need any antidote.
I did not to. Eyes are kind of that piercing green, not moving from hers.
Exciting?
Informative.
Which is exciting.
Exactly. I will sit, ponder of what I was shown to me. I thank you for allowing us to meet like that.
I had heard about the Bedouin Oracle being uniquely talented. You handled yourself very well. I'm impressed. And as promised, knowledge on how to break your curses. The commonality of each of your curses is that thankfully they are tied to magical items. The magic there allows the curse to continue. Get rid of the magic, rid of the curse. Unfortunately, cursed magical items are not as easily handled as normal ones. You have to break down their fundamental nature. She looks at each of you all. What is the fundamental nature of magic? Where does it come from?
Well, the anima. Down in the world, what glues everything together?
Anima is the glue. But magic is what happens when the elements are glued together. All magic has an elemental tie. Your amulet of health, haunted as it is by someone as divine as its former owner, means that it could only ever be destroyed if its enchantment was broken at a nexus point of pure negative energy. The same curse that befalls yours from the chariot would require negative energy. But it would require a second step since it was already a magical item before it was cursed. The other one would be from the elemental nexus of fire.
And why the two-step process? What does the first one do if I plunge into negative energy?
One of them would get rid of the curse, and the other would get rid of the magic. However, since they're intrinsically tied, it's impossible to really know which one of them is going to be the one that causes it to all fall apart. I'd say it's 50-50.
Izzo mumbles.
As far as finding these elemental nexus points, there are maps. I actually happen to have a few for sale.
How much?
A mere 200 gold pieces.
Oh. For Babette's, what's hers implies?
Give me a second.
I mean, I don't believe mine's cursed by gods. That stuff has only happened since I met you.
No, but cursed in general. Yours would need to be destroyed at the elemental nexus point of radiance.
Kind of shakes her
Yeah,
head.
so
But
it's a map for all the nexuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
kind of shakes her head, clearing her mind. Wait, is destroying in terms of the curse itself, or will the item be destroyed in the process?
They want to destroy the item, but they will be effectively non-magical.
Ah. Scratch.
Doesn't mean you can't reapply the magic. That would just take time.
I have many enchantments I can apply to an object. But the particular ones of certain rare magic items can only be truly understood by the person that enchanted them, and are often the result of decades of their research and work.
Gotcha. I will. I'll buy. If Babette, you want to buy yours?
No, she's offering for a whole map of all of them, right?
Yeah, she's offering you to buy a map of the ley lines.
All of them. I thought individually.
No.
No, it's 20 for the whole thing.
Okay, yeah. Del
Well,
would.
20 platinum because it's 200 gold. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, Del would pass 20 pound, and then it's like, I'll buy
All
that.
right.
Oh,
And
what
you
did I
now-
miss? My internet cut out for a second.
You now
You're good.
have one map of the elemental temples, and she informed that to get rid of your magic item, you would have to go to the elemental temple of radiance.
Oh, okay.
Which, looking at the map as you see it, is in Avalon.
Where would the negative and fire be one?
Negative, you can see, is somewhere in the swamps of Wildevere, and fire is somewhere on the peninsula of Xiaola, near Omido.
Oh, interesting.
Is there an air one on there?
There is. It's a new rot.
Interesting. Alright. Thank you.
Mhm.
Does anyone else need anything else from her?
just a quick question. That wasn't a real bird, was it? Not that I would judge you, because I don't really understand how your magic works here, and you seem like you're very, very powerful and probably know what you're doing. I just wanted
But
to
it
make
was gross.
sure. It was pretty gross.
That was pretty gross.
Unfortunately, I do not write the rules. I merely reap the benefits of them.
And you rewrite them? Can you make up new rules?
Perhaps with time. Perhaps with
Hmm.
time you'll come up with new rules. She looks at you
Well,
and she looks
yeah.
at Fee. And I'll leave the innovating to the newer generations. But I look
I
forward
raise
to
my
see what
hand
you
to
do.
high five Fee.
She high fives you back.
We got it. We can change the rules.
Oh.
Instead, we bring birds to life, like out of a hat.
This one over here recently has discovered her connection to Kishara, or at least it was brought up to light. Would there be any good starting point for her to at least pick up?
A druid without an enclave is a tragedy. Unfortunately, I don't communicate with the enclave leaders these days. People come through and visit, but I try to stay removed from the politics of things. However, if you were to ever find yourselves down in Wildevere, the Archdruid there might be a good start for a budding new druid.
Okay. Thank you.
It was my pleasure, Hanu Stormconch.
As to you, I'm uncertain if I got your name.
The people here call me the Enchantress, but honestly, I didn't come up with the name.
Tends to happen.
Makes you sound scary.
What would you like
Maybe
to...
sometimes I like to seem scary.
But why? It's hard to make friends if you're scary.
I have thousands of years of friends. Sometimes I wish I could get some of them to forget about me.
Meet a lot of people?
A lot of people, and interesting ones, still surprise me to this day.
So,
Your best friend was. Like, do you have a best friend?
Insight checks from people that are proficient.
How.
I can't get into Foundry right now. Could somebody roll me an insight check?
I gotcha.
Yeah. What is it?
Hanu, and that got pretty high.
31.
Alright.
Hanu got over 30, so.
Flexing.
She, slight little twitch of a smile, but it's obviously, for those of you with good insight, you can tell that it's a bit of a sad smile, cover up
Oh.
probably, and me too. Second, gotta find something. All right. Of course, my friends just call me Tasha.
Out of character. I wonder if her laughter is hideous. Okay, I'm good.
Spell named after you.
I got the joke out. I'm good. I'll stop.
Nice.
Oh,
Alright. Oh, wait. Thank you for your time, Tasha. And hope to meet you again. Most likely you'll probably be back.
Hanu and Babette, that's not her name, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
It's not my name.
No, I'm just playing blind this time. And
Babette?
Uh-huh.
I'd say that particularly something about her starts to kind of stand out of this. You see that little bit there belie like some subtlety of a cover-up of her expression. Deftly done. You also realize that there's an almost uncanniness to like her youthfulness of her appearance, right? And based off of how old she says she is, it starts to, go, okay, she's clearly not what she looks like. And it occurs to you that she might not be what she's presenting herself to look like, right? And it occurs to you that, Eliza's got her fancy little shades.
Mm-hmm.
So, what should we expect as we speak to, what was the, Fae lady's name outside?
Lady Gehenna.
Yeah. What should we expect of Lady Gehenna? Yes.
Well, she probably will be morose, tired, and unenthusiastic.
While Hanu is talking to her, Bebet's just gonna kind of like nonchalantly kind of infer to Eliza through a series of just the two of them looks. Can I borrow your glasses?
Yeah, she's just gonna hand them over to you kind of discreetly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's just gonna like, put them on like, and then start looking at her nails and just kind of, try and make it like, yeah, she just really wanted to get a good look at her nails. But look at this lady
I
with
bet
these
you look
glasses.
great in glasses.
Temperament is quite important, but anything...
Give me an investigation check.
Can somebody roll it for me? I still can't get in.
I'm right here.
And holding Eliza's hand, would I be able to have her D4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
19. All right. So, looking at her, you can tell that there's some probable magical illusion going on, but you can't see through it. It's a very well crafted one, but you're able to tell that it's a well crafted illusion that's maintaining her appearance.
It's not even one of those illusions where when you're aware of it becomes translucent.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Nope.
Yeah, and then in response to Rue, Babette's just gonna be like, honestly, I think they look better on Eliza.
All right.
And hand them back over.
Do I see
Yeah, I
her
will
have
take them and put them on.
You
All
both
right.
look fantastic!
Give me an investigation check for Eliza. Okay.
30.
Human influence.
Yeah, she has advantage because of the steady eye. 33.
Okay.
And Hanu's adding onto it because it
There we go. Good. That got you there.
Oh man, you did a 35.
Yeah, there's no way Babette was getting that.
Hearing you guys discuss glasses, she's just gonna pat Eliza on the back, but also see if there's any interest she has towards Rue.
She is even younger than you thought she was.
Shit.
You see on the other side of this, she's got blonde hair. It's a bit more of like a vibrant blonde than the kind of, dirty blonde stringy hair that she's got that doesn't seem to be combed. Underneath it, she's surprisingly, as far as you can tell, she's dressed up underneath her illusion too. She's like got makeup on. She's got her hair like actually like done better than it is outside of it actually. she's a fairly young-looking, much more average-looking human too. Other than her hair being a less ratty blonde and her wearing makeup, she's clearly like, a person underneath that. And based off of that investigation check, like you can tell that the illusion helps hide even like her expressions and stuff, right? So the slight little bit of like that smile that had tried to cover up her looking upset by what had been mentioned, you realize she must have looked pretty upset about it underneath it, because it's literally, this illusion is lying for her.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem to have any keen interest in Rue, right?
What was it that
No.
upset?
She doesn't seem to have any
Something
curiosity
about
towards her.
friends calling her a certain name.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, who was your bestest best friend?
Yeah, she was asked who was her bestest best friend, and then something about that got her kind of sad.
Gotcha.
But she must have been much sadder than she had appeared if this illusion is what you think it is.
Is there a specific time when we can meet up here again? Don't seem to have a lot of coin on me to also get an enchantment, but I look forward.
Take care of yourselves. You
Hey,
have rocky waters ahead of you.
hey Tasha, by the way.
Before we
Yes.
go,
Go
can
ahead.
I look for anything that looks like dragons?
Looking around, you don't really notice a lot in here of it. You can give me a perception check though. There's so much
Bef-
clutter in here, you figure like there might be something with a dragon in here, but it's not gonna be not looking around, you don't notice anything dragon themed.
And before we go,
Okay.
Zell will kind of turn around and ask Tasha, "Hey, Tasha, you said you knew a lot of people. Do you know about the Villian Alchemist?"
Arvelian alchemist.
Hmm.
No, I don't believe so.
Eliza would be watching her very closely.
Yeah,
Looking
and
underneath it, she seemed on the outside to everybody else. She seems like, nope, never heard of it.
yeah, I bet would
But
actually be scrutinizing that more to see if she could see past that illusion, but
seeing her underneath it, you can tell she seemed confused by the question, a little like, she like actually huffed when it was asked, right? And then afterwards you hear her say, "Of course, I have many, many things to do. An enchantress is always busy."
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
I have a star alignment that I've been waiting on for several months that I absolutely cannot miss.
Oh.
Good luck on your way out.
Wait, tonight?
More like in, she was getting ready to turn, and you guys see as she like turns around with a slight little, "Not tonight. Unfortunately, it's right in the middle of the day. So you wouldn't be able to see it unless you had just the perfect spot and a really good astrolabe. Take care." But you, Eliza, would have known that like she'd been going there and she'd huffed again whenever she had been asked another question. And actually, you legit saw her roll her eyes under the illusion and then turn and look back before she said that.
Okay.
You get a lot of looking at from like the outside. She seems composed, a little mysterious, but now that you're catching it juxtaposed with like her actual expressions underneath, you get the very strong feeling that this is a teenager trying to be mystical.
Okay.
Did Haru just get played by a teenager? Or did I legit got something? I don't know. It seems like it.
And how
So
old is
it-
Valerie
You will
again?
walk through those. Valerie is closer to your guys.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
And the girl that you see underneath is, not like a young teenager. She probably looks like she's, about, Zales' and Rue's age, like right at 20 or early 20s. Whereas Valerie is like 27.
Okay.
Would
Or
I
Hanu's age.
know what the star alignment would be with the 16 religion?
Would you know what?
What the star alignment that she's supposed to be looking out for?
With a 16, as she passes through and out the other side, you would realize that there's no special star alignments going on right now. And she's gone now.
Yeah.
You're left there.
Dirty liar.
Yeah, as soon
Did
as
we-
we were away from her, Eliza would have been like, yeah, that was a teenager cloaked in magic. I don't know if I trust a single thing she said to us.
a teenager and a
She's a kid.
what
Yeah.
she look like? Like actually look like?
Chance.
You give me an insight check.
She looked like, human face number 7,
I don't know.
Yeah.
She looks like vaguely Avalonian-ish, like you figure she's got like a bone structure of an Avalonian. She's got like the same kind of like, knobbly, quivery little bubble chin type of thing that Avalonians got. She's got the freckles of an Avalonian the same way that Gwen has freckles. So probably an Avalonian.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I would describe her and then just be like, yeah, she also has a horrible attitude and did not take us seriously. So that was a pretty good cloak or disguise, but yeah,
So
definitely not a reliable source of information.
I wouldn't count her overrunning yet. I was very young when I started my training.
Chance. Does she
Alright.
remind me of the girl from Shutter Space? To her description. But if she was like younger.
Which girl?
Emmy.
Yeah, wouldn't I have seen her too then?
No.
Mhm.
Oh.
Okay. So then, Zell will go with. Huh. Interesting.
Either way, I
Oh.
was quite young, but at least I had the proper training to keep my composure.
Well, she seems like whatever device she's wearing was able to keep composure.
Exactly. Sometimes
Well,
that's never
most-
enough when somebody breaks through
that's
the
cheating.
illusion. Not all of us are
I
gifted.
mean, honestly, it's very impressive. Honestly, it makes someone who's a terrible liar a really good one. That's actually really actually interesting. Actually, huh?
Oh, are you gonna
Huh,
start
Patch.
lying artificially now, Sale?
No, I was just thinking if. Never mind. It just starts walking. Zarvin would know that this is a Zell thinking, oh, that's cool technology. Not
Yeah.
like,
It's the
I
whole
want
thing
you
of
lie.
the theory was fun.
Oh yeah, no,
Wasn't
that
necessarily
bet got
application,
yeah.
but she's just
That
fucking
bet
with
got
it.
that, but she's just being a bitch.
Yeah, just Zell doesn't know like it's real inside you.
Yeah.
So he's just like, okay, fine, alright, that doesn't understand me. And he just like kind of walking, not talking before. But he does, point out, shit. So, Sword and Shield are cursed. did not know that. Shit.
Babette takes off her necklace. This woman didn't say that the curse had kicked in, right? She just said that it was cursed.
I
Yeah.
mean, how long have you
Yeah.
been wearing it for?
I mean, a while. I just haven't really come across a time where it's effective, I think.
Honey will detect evil and good to see if there's any touches of the curse on Babette since this necklace is off. Do you see any residual
Yeah, she's
energy there?
cursed.
Yeah, she's cursed.
Cursed.
It already set in. I am
Oh,
uncertain
that's
of how
unfortunate.
long, but it's there.
Alright, so I need to figure that out.
Gnome on a tome! That's not a gnome, you idiot! Somebody walks past you guys. You see the city open up before you all. What are you doing in Suntown now?
I'm gonna put my finger like hooked in the air, and then a couple seconds pass, and Victor flies to me. I'm gonna talk to Victor, and I'm gonna go, "Can you try to find me a gnome on a tome?"
Swirls around. You hear a slight little like wind chime sound as he flies around you, and then flies on off.
This would be like the first time Eliza and Papa see a mini phoenix, so I mean...
You see this tiny little bird wreathed in flames, little bits of ember flicking off from its tail, and it makes this little wind chime sound as it floats around Rue, and then it flies off silent. Starts darting around different places and up and peering out windows and stuff and floating back around. So you make your way through Suntown.
What
I mean,
on earth?
What's with the bird?
that's Victor.
Victor.
You guys have told her about Victor, right?
Victor Gray.
Victor
A little
Gray,
bit,
yeah.
Yeah,
you've
yeah,
heard of
like-
Victor
Victor Gray,
Gray,
we
Not
know.
Victor the bird.
Yeah, okay.
But not her bird. This is the first I see
Yeah.
it or even hear about it.
Seeing that it's a bird, I would like if you said Victor, I would think of Victor Gray, but I would be like, okay, so you named your pet bird after him? Like,
Like, yeah, I mean, he was the first tiefling I ever saw. Well, kinda. Anyways, he totally died, and I was like, nah, he's gonna come back, so I named my bird. So whenever my bird came back, it was like, Victor came back, yay! See, it's Victor!
It's
oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you've been out for a while, Rue. We did find Victor later.
here.
What?
Why don't this is a good time for us to go get something to eat. It's been quite some walking. Let's find some place and we can catch up.
Yeah. God, I don't know. I mean, start this explanation thing for all of
that
this.
was like the only exciting thing, right? Like,
Yeah, you look at Zarman
I don't
closer,
like the
he
way
looks
you're
40.
laughing.
Yeah, it sounds like just laughing kind of again, not looking at you.
Yeah, if you look at Zarman closer, he looks a lot older than the last time you saw him.
She's been holding on to your cloak as you guys have been walking around because, you know, she'll like run off at the shiny stuff. So she normally does that whenever you guys go and walk together. And she's kind of like staring at the world and then at times just like staring straight, like daggers into the sides of your face, like trying to
Figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, we gotta talk about that.
Yeah, there's a lot to catch up on.
No.
Let's find somewhere a little private. With only kind of just us. Cause, I mean, there's a bunch of other stuff we need to talk about, but especially me and Zarman need to one explain and one show
Do you
you.
need to help Gwen look for what she was looking for?
Yeah,
So we could do it after shopping if you'd like.
yeah, we can do that.
Looking around, somehow you've lost Gwen.
Oh
Of course
shit.
we did.
Gwen.
She was just here. I don't know where she went.
There's a lost Gwen somewhere in Suntown right now.
Shit. So just to give you a short summary, Rue, Gwen. Mm,
Well, no, she's important. So let's
She's
see where she is.
Well, they mentioned Lady Gehenna.
yeah.
being
If
arrested.
something's lost,
Maybe she would have
Shit.
information on my dad.
And you look back behind you to the garden that you kind of just exited through, coming from the cloister of lost things, and you almost see like a little flurry of petals go by in the road behind you as you talked about Lady Gehenna, and it beckons in a way. Do you guys go seek her out, or do you go seek out food, or do you go to look for
Or,
Gwen somewhere else?
I
Well,
guess.
since we're here, she's kind of fuck it.
If
I mean,
any,
do you want?
We should probably find Gwen before we just go eat.
if anything is
Yeah.
the case, she also knows where the meeting points is if we cannot find her.
I mean, she was there for that
And you did
conversation.
discuss that, and you
So-
see up ahead, up above you, the overhang of the overlook.
How about we split up? Well, I'll go check that if anybody wants to come with me. While you guys talk to Lady Gehenna. Because maybe she's already there. We have our devices now, so you can just call.
True.
So I guess I'll
Well,
go up there. If anybody wants to come, they can, but no, I'll just go there myself.
I look at
Just follow-
Zarmin.
Yeah, I'll
Eh.
just follow Eliza for missing persons group.
I will go to the Overlook. I do not have a spell on me to track down. Actually, I do have a spell on me to track down creatures now that I think about it.
You should probably go with them then.
Fine.
I'll be fine, guys. Honestly, I'll be fine by myself.
Okay. And as she's walking, she is just drawing. What can I do to make sketch for accuracy?
On this one, nope. So vividly pressed into your mind that it comes out exactly as you saw it.
Okay. We'll make as many scenes as possible. She's gonna just sketch it.
Alright.
And Zell will start heading towards the outlook.
And as the rest of the group turns back to go back into the garden, you walk in across the grass and you go up a couple of hills and you hear a little bit of a flowing creek, and once more you see this flurry of petals go by, and then they kind of stop in front of you, shaped in the shape of what appears to be perhaps a satyr. Lost, lost, lost things. But I doubt you'll ever be forgotten. And then it swirls back around you all, and the petals suddenly are swirling around the entire group. You hear a flurry of music coming from somehow just the air ambivalently around you.
I play along on my flute.
For a moment, you see as the petals kind of shape in front of you, and you get the feeling that like a hand, light and soft, wraps itself around your other hand that's not holding the instrument, and suddenly pulls you into a dance. And suddenly you're dancing with this flowered satyr as you play this instrument. And when it finally comes to the end of the song, the petals flurry back into the shape of this satyr in front of the group. How may Lady Gehenna help you?
We're looking for missing things, of course. Missing peoples in particular.
the song of a saint and the melody of a father.
Looking for my father, Ezio Maravesi. If you know anything.
I know that all fathers die in the winter.
Shit.
Yes, well, as far as I know, he's alive. So, if he's not, and you know that, it'd be good info to have.
Two little things. I can help you find what you've lost for but two little things.
Do you need?
I'm gonna roll something.
Can I see what her overall demeanor is? She look distant as fuck, or just or amused?
Seems distant. Somewhat amused, but also in a way strangely melancholy. Okay. I merely require a single dark secret, something held deep, something you'd wish no one knew. And once you've gained this knowledge and unburdened yourself of it, I would like for you to steal just a second.
Oh, shit. These are two actually kind of bad.
I
What's
missed
wrong?
the very beginning. She wants a secret?
A dark secret.
dark
Dark
secret.
secret.
A dark
From-
secret you wish nobody would know, and then now she's asking you to steal something, and Chance is looking for a thing right now.
Gotcha, yeah. Okay.
If I was my sister, I got a dark secret for you, beach.
I don't know if Eliza has any dark secrets.
I
or hopes
would
she
like
can
you to
recover them.
steal an edict of Arvalian decree.
Oh shit! Oh! Oh no! What the
No.
fuck?
In terms of stolen, I'm certain you just mean take it and not hand it over to you.
What would I ever want with stolen things?
If we steal something that's been stolen, then it's been found.
Well, I would hope we would find her dead before that, but I guess.
Do you agree to these tasks? Tell me but now, and I promise you'll know where your father lays his head this night.
I don't really do a lot of stealing. I mean,
I bet Snickers a little.
seems like a steep price when could potentially figure this out on my own.
We are bold in the spring, lazy in the summer, cautious in the fall. But all things die in winter. And so here your story will end before it began. Does anyone else here care to do two little things?
Considering the favors already asked, I'm not interested either.
But they are different things for different folks. No one walks the same path. There are no roads in the garden.
I'm not a fan for walking through rose bushes. Zarman will start to head out.
Babette's gonna look at Eliza. Do you think she would help?
I don't like it. I don't get a good feeling about it. I think I'd rather see if I can uncover anything else, and I don't know. I don't know if she'll offer me any other deals after this, but I could come back if I had to.
I will say the Black Clever did steal an edict. Steal it back, give it to the Queen. It's the only thing I will offer. But this is your tale to tell.
Eliza's just gonna like nod and step back. Be quiet.
You watch as the petals dance around you. And they flow out, so they're no longer in the form of this satyr. You watch it gust off through the trees and away. Anybody else doing anything else?
We were gonna ask her about Gwyn as well, but we.
Zarman just
Zarman
refused
walked
to.
away.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just seeing how the deals were happening, Zarman
Yeah.
wasn't even gonna bother.
Yeah.
And I'm not even there. I'm at the Outlook. Or heading at least that direction.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody else wants to do something, you should probably do it.
Alright,
If
so if you were
they
wrapping up
l-
y'all's thing there,
If they leave, I'm gonna tell them I'll catch up with them in like an hour, and I want to spend some time in the Garden of Forgotten Things.
okay. Zale, as you make your way up to the overlook, as you're approaching it, you immediately see Gwen. She's waving goodbye to that Xiaolon couple who seem to be, scolding a child that had wandered off. The mother looked like she had been, in tears just moments before. And you approach, and she goes, "Did the group find what they were seeking with the Enchantress?"
I would say overall, yes.
I see.
What you been up to?
I found this wandering lost child. Decided I would help them find their parents. Why did anything happen while I was gone? You
Nothing.
didn't all disappear again, did you?
And so kind of chuckle. No, we didn't. No, just been nice. But thank you for worrying. It's nice having people worry about us. That's not us, you know?
I'm
We look out for
certain there
each
are
other.
plenty of people that worry about how you are doing.
Yeah. Did you have any luck with the blacksmith?
There isn't a blacksmith in Suntown, it turns out.
Would they point you and give you information where you might find one then?
No, nothing, no leads on the blacksmith, unfortunately.
What do you think of a place like this?
Sundown,
Mm.
it's beautiful. Quite
Yeah.
a place. Very well defended as far as I can tell. It only seems to have one entrance in and out.
Hmm.
And yet there must be at least 200, possibly 300 people living here.
You... Hmm. Did the thing again, which is not a bad thing, but just interesting. You kind of almost like a tactician, kind of study the landscape and kind of give a tactical analysis of everything. Human
I don't remember
population.
much, but I seem to remember how to see, at least. Though I wish that I could have seen the trouble that you and your friends were getting into. I would have gone with you to 1983.
It was definitely something, but as it would have been great for your help there. Also would have liked to have seen you there as well. It was definitely a place where there's a lot of stuff we didn't understand. And I don't know what would happen if you were there as well. I'm not saying you're not as useful or not. You might have really a lot was on him, so he wasn't so sad and so distressed. But we worry about you too. And if something in there was taking interest in you because of who you were before, well, I don't know how we would feel about that.
Everybody's
If you-
worried about who I was before. I'm more concerned about who I'm going to be today and tomorrow. She looks right at you. I will not be the person that is left behind.
Alright then. Next time we get teleported in the future, you come along right with us then.
And then you see as she nods her head and then looks past your shoulder. She spots the rest of the group catching up the hill.
Shit.
You all see Gwen standing in front of the entrance to the Acacia Overlook. This massive tree whose branches go for all the way from one side of the mountain to the other side. And as you approach it, you can hear inside the sound of music. The leaves on the tree are literally shaking from the dancing that is going up on its boughs. And it seems that people here are in a very celebratory mood. And you can smell good cooking and sweet food. And with that, that is where we will pick up next week. You guys are free to dine and talk and RP while eating at the Acacia Overlook. You'd be sitting on one of the branches in the outdoor seating, which literally hangs over the top of the rest of that street down below, and it's just a whole boardwalk built on top of these really big tree branches. Got a little bit of a railing and stuff so that people don't fall off the side of it, but you can peer right over the edge and see the hundreds of people that have come into this tiny little 3-mile area to be able to prepare for the coming winter solstice. But while it's getting colder in the rest of the world, it is always sunny and a beautiful warm day in Suntown.
And in Philadelphia.
Yep.
And in Philadelphia, where Suntown is.
That's supposed to be the clue, guys.
Yeah.
Get high enough. This is what Philadelphia looks like.
Mhm.
Does have some good forest there, I can attest to that.
Mhm.
As we sit down, Hanu will actually ask Eliza to sit closer to her for a moment.
What's up?
Hope you do not think that I was pushing you to make a decision, just pointing out an interesting possibility and loophole into this person's
Oh, I
subject.
know.
But I need your sharp eye. She will push some pictures to you. Only one thing that I figured out was this scene is somewhere in the Sovereign States. I'm unfamiliar with the smaller intricacies of architecture in Avale. What is this taken there? What is this garden scene? And she's just going to show you a picture of of an office, and then there will be a window overlooking the garden kind of thing. And then, of course, I think it was like a cannibalistic plant. Right, right, Chance? Forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
so she'll show you.
Carnivorous.
Yeah, carnivorous
Do
plant
I-
with other kind of plants around it.
Chance,
Yep.
like, do I recognize that? Or...
That plant, you would recognize it. It's a plant that is rare, usually outside of like jungle places, but there are some in the Queen's Garden in Hearthvine. The Queen's Garden is a public garden despite its name. It's that big garden district at the very north of the map, where you can see all the winding, spiraled hedges.
Okay. And I'm sorry, because my son had the TV blasting. You were asking me if I recognize the plant or the architecture?
I recognize, like, if you've seen this plant before anywhere, like if or like if you can pinpoint a location to both the plant, but so it was the garden and then the office location. If there's anything weird with the office, like.
Okay, yeah, I would, well, I've seen that plant in the garden, in Avale. I'm sorry, guys, I'm
No, it's like,
so distracted with my son.
oh, it's okay.
Chance, tell me that one more time. I've seen
You've
the
seen
architect-
it with the. You've seen. I didn't get to anything about the architecture. Just that
Okay.
the flower is rare outside of the Coterie Coast, but that there are some in the Queen's Garden in Avale.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I've seen that that plant in the Queen's Garden, but not anywhere else.
Anything
As far as the room goes, give me a investigation check.
She will guidance you.
And she can human influence herself too.
2d4,
Natural.
baby.
Yeah.
Natural. So
Yeah, she got it.
38.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Looking at it, you can tell that based off of the shadows on the trees and the height of the courtyard with the angle of the pictures, that it was approximately between 3 and 4 p.m.
Okay, but I don't know.
You have
I
no.
don't.
It's looking
where.
at the room. She said that it probably seemed like it was somewhere in the sovereign states. It looks like a sovereign state study, like any manor, any noble home in the sovereign states. That could possibly be it. Like it's got clearly Western sovereign states inspired, like you know, uh,
Aesthetic.
bookshelves and aesthetic,
Yeah.
right? It's a stuffy old noble study with big old windows looking out over a garden. But based off of like the shadows and the trees and the angle of all of that, you figure that it's probably somewhere with a northern climate, and probably somewhere around 3 to 4 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll relay that back.
Okay. There was some kind of gathering, festivities in the area. Turned into a murder or a massacre. A beast was involved. There was blood
Where-
in front of this plant. I don't know if it signifies anything else connected or a tale between it. What of this plant in the Queen's Garden? What is it known for?
Where'd you get this?
You would know that it's that the plant in the Queen's Garden is famous for having supposedly, according to popular rumor, been used by several queens in the past to get rid of husbands they no longer wanted to be married to.
Yeah, that's the husband killing plant.
The Widowmaker.
The king killer.
I see. Interesting.
Can't help it.
Just a part of the
But-
vision that was shared by me with Tasha.
It was shared by who?
But Tasha,
Oh. Gotcha.
she led me there. I got too eager and I pushed forwards. So I'm not able to get any other information out. It was just a little bit too real. Got too cocky. It's been a while since I've done a reading like that.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like. Well, I am happy to help. I mean, investigate more. I don't know where we would start.
Spring or summertime. I'm so uncertain of the year. But there's a gathering that supposedly we all are at. Maybe. We're supposed to be going, or at least finding shelter in this office. Is
Shelter from what?
Is there anything else I can recall?
No, what you saw is what you saw.
Yeah. Just the
Beast
beast.
was there.
There wasn't any
beast.
kind of noise, though.
No, you didn't hear any like anything other than the screams.
And you just said it was the beast there?
A beast, right?
A
They said
beast.
a beast is out here slaughtering us.
But, like, is it the beast?
Who knows? I didn't see anything.
I
Okay.
try to open up the door. The spirit world wasn't prepared for that.
Gotcha.
And it's us
Usually,
that was dying.
when I have visions, is there kind of like a set time frame that I'm able to explore them, or is it just I get shunted out after a while?
You just end up usually getting shunted out after a while. It's really just like some things tax you more than other things, and particularly yours was a different kind of experience because it involved scrying on things that were warded, which tended to like be very, very exhausting experience.
Okay, gotcha.
And was it? It was us who was that, or just a bunch of people?
I don't know. Maya was talking to me through the door. So either she was by herself or we were there.
She said we've got wounded out here.
Yeah, she repeats that.
Hmm.
She's usually the first to act. So I'm guessing we were there and just acted too slowly, gathering up the defenses as fast as possible.
We don't know until whatever this is happens, or where it happens. You know, I don't even know it's in the southern states.
Sometime in spring or summer, around 3 to 4 p.m. northern.
Well, I'm sure that whatever it is, that you guys will be able to handle it.
Yeah.
Who knows? We might find more context for it later.
Eventually, if we get an invitation, then we can look into it.
Mm-hmm.
Considering
Maybe look at the Royal Gardens again.
we might find something in the Royal Gardens, yes. Or overhear something there, if it is public.
By the way, where's Rue?
She stayed with Lady Gehenna for probably another bit here.
She's trying to, I don't know. I think Rue's the most paradox out of us all, trying to find something lost. Or losing herself in a place where only the lost belong.
As you're having this conversation, you hear a voice. It's familiar. You just heard it not that long ago, just before entering Suntown. You get the feeling they're probably talking to themselves, to themselves. But you look over and you see that fire genasi right there, sitting at one of the tables right next to you, sitting alone.
No Pyrolist involved whatsoever.
No Pyrolisk involved whatsoever.
What's his demeanor look like? Does it look like he's like sad, devastated, or he's just frustrated? Because it seems like he lost it.
We're super excited for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Ace.
How do you look, Ace?
Hey, I have to go, guys. But
Okay.
No worries.
Nice.
Alright, take it easy.
Take care.
Looks more or less the same as earlier when you saw him before. Just busy talking to himself.
I kind of like looks to Hanu, does a shrug, and he gets up and walks over to the table. Hello there.
He will turn to look at you slightly. Not completely, just sort of tilts his head so just see you out the corner of his eye. And can I help you?
Mom, I see you're kind of sitting here by yourself. I was wondering if you want to join our table.
He'll turn his head a bit more to get a proper look at you. That's a very strange offer to give a complete stranger.
Well, you just remind me of someone. Officer, though.
one of his eyes sort of half closes, and they flare a really bright orange for just a moment. And he will stand up, give you as polite a smile as he can manage, and well, as long as the rest of your group don't mind.
I look back to the others.
Hano shrugs.
Shrug.
You can't take it in anybody. As long as you don't try to kill us.
He's completely straight-faced.
And Del gestures to one of the seats. Pull the seat out for you. You sit down.
So, did you ever
Ew.
find your Pyralisk?
How would you know that, little one?
Well, because you were chasing your Pyralisk, weren't you? They looked like they were giving you a pretty rough time, but you must be a pretty good person if you've got a Pyralisk going around with you. They're excellent judges of character.
We have met one before.
Ow.
His name was Proud.
Sure was proud.
He'll give a slight smirk and well, considering I don't believe I've actually met any of you before, I find it fascinating that you'd know such a detail. But no, I have not found the Pyralisk. She seems to have gotten lost, and I do believe that she's somewhere in this place.
Well,
It
I
would make
think-
sense for a proud creature as a Pyralisk to find their way to Suntown. You hear Gwen say. And Fee just like throws her fist up into the air and goes, "The paradoxes are on the case." Then she puts it down and looks at all of you guys. I mean, if that's okay.
Well, sit down, my cousin. Anu gestures him around in one of the empty seats.
He will slightly avert his gaze from Gwyn, and he will sit, and he will give a polite nod to Honu, and smile at Fee.
By the way, I'm Zell, by the way. And this is my family. Yeah, Hanu, Zaman, Eliza, Babette, Fee, and Gwen. And we do have another one. I wonder where she is. And he looks kind of like to the rest of you, being like, "Guys, you let her wander by herself again." Like, but, and one's also coming. Her name is Rue.
It's a good thing that we have crossed paths. I happen to be a hermit, as old as the sea itself, thousands of years old. I know tales and creatures of all waters, of lands and elements.
Ah,
Fee is all wide-eyed.
Yeah.
Knew it.
Yep.
Oh,
He is also all wide-eyed, that flare going again, and there's a slight wisp of smoke as all those markings on his body crackle a little bit like a dying flame, and he will look at Honey. I believe that we'll get along just fine.
I do have one item that can reignite your hope to finding your friend. But you need to be able to carry this burden. Do you think you're up for the task?
Honey, why are always new people we meet?
He will look. He will look very slightly confused for a moment as he tries to figure out exactly what you're talking about.
Gwen will nod her head in enthusiastic agreement to the direction of this conversation.
So this looks exasperated at Gwen.
She will take very slowly one good berry out. Put it between us.
Fucking thing again.
He will very slowly take one good berry out. Huh. How about a trade?
As mine has been blessed by the seas themselves, yes.
Oh.
And mine by the very fire that keeps you warm at night.
Oh my god. Zell just says that. I just go.
I love the tension.
Oh my god.
Genasi things, guys.
I know, right?
Zell's like, I'm gonna get more drinks. He starts
Yeah.
leaving.
She'll
When
take
the freaking thing got pulled out, freaking Gwen went from like hand on her chin, nodding in agreement, to face palm.
As Zale goes to walk away, he won't look, but he'll just try not to get lost.
I won't. And start walking, and he's not really going to drinks. He's actually just gonna go to the front of the place and kind of look for Rue, because Nice getting a little worried. So
Yeah, we'll get to that next session.
Mhm.
Walk away from the table. That's next session material.
yep, that's what I was putting at. That's where he's going.
And when Zale's gone, this guy will. You can call me Ember, by the way.
Oh, that's my niece's name. I love that name.
And my little friend, Fury. He'll snap his fingers, and his little hawk friend will appear on the table in front of him.
Well, my cousin, it seems that we are evenly matched. She takes out her sleepy owl and rests right in his pajamas right in front of her.
Oh my god, you two Genasi's. You're two Genasi's, I swear. Oh. God, these two. I don't know how to feel having two honeys in that game. No, I don't know how to feel about that. Zell doesn't know how to feel about that.
I'm quite sure that Ember's more reasonable.
Sure,
Mhm.
we'll see.
I'm still curious, though. You seemed highly interested in us the first time we saw each other. That's why we had heard about the Pyrolisk issue you were having. Because we actually saw it run by us while you were running for it.
He'll turn and look slightly confused. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Another mystery.
Hmm.
He'll
You
sort
seem
of
to collect those.
he'll sort of squint at Zarman slightly.
Hmm.
He's trying to figure something out.
Well, the one thing I like to figure out most of the time is what day is it?
sort of just look around at you all. What?
We have arrived here on, what was it? It's the 19th, right? Or is it the
Yep.
18th?
19th.
Yeah.
We're on the 18th when we got transported in 1983.
We
And then it turned the 19th.
stepped through here on the 19th. Time is not working here, I guess, as we're trying to figure out. So, what day is it for you?
Well, I do believe that I entered here on the 12th.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Hmm.
That is interesting.
So, I guess I'm kind of curious, actually. If we walk out at the same time, I think we'll figure that out, right?
Well, I don't know exactly how long you're all planning to stay in here, but I won't be around much longer. I have things I need to attend to. Pyralisks to wrangle.
Ah.
Oh, Pyrelix.
How many of them, actually? Because we only saw you with one. Do you have more?
Oh no, just the one.
Oh,
But
okay.
she's a fiery one.
Hmm. You know what? I don't think we ever found that Terralisk. She just looks to the group. I think it's still there in Brambletire's place. Ah.
I mean, I'm not there, but out of character, we did find it, and then it exploded, so...
I think we only just
No, you're
found...
talking about the Terralisk.
Yeah,
You found the
Terralisk.
Pyralisk.
Yeah.
I
know
So
there's-
when we came back with the Pyrolus, we were told by the other lady that the other ones had been rounded up.
Okay.
We didn't find it, but somebody else did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if there was one that ran into the maze, though.
Well, wherever it went, it came back,
Came back?
according
Okay.
to the lady.
It was the Pyreless. I don't think it ran through the maze.
No.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like 1 Pyro and 2 Terra, I believe,
Mhm.
right?
Okay.
Mhm.
And then like the 2 Terras went elsewhere, and we were after the Pyro specifically because the acorn. So we brought that one back.
And, explosive mine.
Oh.
Anyhow, you guys, I have been up since super early this morning, and I gotta get up early again.
Oh,
So
really?
I gotta go to bed.
Sleep
Night.
well.
Take it easy.
I
Bye-bye.
had a lot of fun. I
night.
look forward to next week being
Hell
round
yeah.
2 of Suntown.
Mhm.
See if you guys
Heck
find
yeah.
that damn gnome on a tome.
And whatever the hell Rue's doing with the fucking Fey person.
Rue! Why are you not here?
Oh
Uh,
shit.
I was wondering when I left, I was like, you guys are just gonna leave Rue there?
Yeah,
What the
I'm fucking grown.
Zarman left first.
Okay, I appeared
Right.
and I had like a full new fit, and I
Mhm.
look decked out in like weird shit. I look like I kind of have a blanket that's a cloak. Interesting. I got like a bunch of doodads and
Mhm.
just Japanese trinkets and clothing, and painted like dragons on that cloak and stuff.
She knows
And
where we're gonna be. If she wants to hang out in the woods, she can hang out
I
in the
know
woods.
the respawn point.
Yeah, exactly. The rendezvous.
Yeah, the only one who would have contested it was the one who didn't follow us, so that's your own
Yeah.
all fault.
Everyone else was like, "She's grown, right?" And then Sale's like, "My child."
Where is she?
No,
Right.
it's like...
He's
I mean,
like,
but that has like no context for Rue, so
Yeah, it's
And,
fair.
I mean, and honestly,
see,
for Rue,
she's assumed to
that's-
be an adult. She looks 20.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right, and for Zarman, she would be older sister, so what the fuck am I gonna do?
We don't stop the Rue. The Rue just
At
happens.
least- That just leaves that where Zell's
Get
like,
off my desk.
Yeah, no, for Zale it would be little sister and little brother, but for Rue, that
I
for
just-
both of them, Zarman is the youngest sibling. Zarman wasn't gonna say shit to her.
the DM placed this place called Garden of Forgotten Things, and I'm basically
Oh,
playing
yeah, I was
Alice
expecting
in
that.
Wonderland. So I was like,
Obviously, it was gonna happen.
I was like,
Oh, yeah.
And then Hanu said, like, forgotten things that are found by other people are just found things. Like, they're not forgotten anymore. And she was like, oh, I want to play around in here and find people's shit and maybe take some of it. But, like, just so, like, it's all found now. Or, like, maybe run into this satyr again because satyrs are fae and I have planar binding.
Oh my god!
Yeah, no,
And
Rue's
I was
been
gonna
fucking
play
decking herself
Intellect
out. I mean,
Fortress
she's
on
fine.
myself, so
Oh, I
could
know.
get an advantage on saving throws, and then just hang out in there, see what he, wants to throw in front of me, and if I'm lucky, they might fail something, and I'll have advantage on my saving throws in case
Later,
Bruce comes
fine.
over.
Next episode, Rue gets
I have
arrested.
suggestions.
Oh no!
I have the Bardics. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Beautiful.
So I kind of just waiting outside the forest. It's like, "Dad, she's been there for a while. When she's it comes out with a fucking satyr."
When you guys were sitting at the place, who has high passive perception?
Eliza.
Eliza.
When her passive would be +5 of
Next
whatever it is,
highest.
because if she's
Cough, cough.
Hohen's not here.
I know, it's a cough.
Here.
Nice.
It's
I'm sitting
between.
at 17.
It would be pretty high for Zell. What's Hanu's?
Oh,
It's 15.
oh no, that's inside. Never mind. Ignore me.
I have
So-
15.
I guess me at 17. So Eliza
But
at like
Zell wasn't
20.
even there, so.
Yeah, so I wasn't there. So only Eliza. 'Cause I think she has a passive of 23 or 22.
Zarman has shit
My
perception, so.
Dad died, and I don't know what you guys. Will you guys stop fighting? I'm on the phone.
Oh
Thank
no!
you.
No!
Yeah, he just left. Poppy's like, oh, look at this thing I'm smelling. Haha, I was not growling at each other. We're fine.
Did you just give him catnip while they were fighting? Just calm him down. Take your
Well,
drugs.
our
God.
cat's in heat, and so
Oh,
my youngest,
okay, yeah, that's right.
like she's only a year old, and she's all feeling herself, and Peaches is 5, fixed since the day she could be fixed. And so she's like, I'm done with your howling. I'm done with you all up on me. I want space. Get off me. I don't want you like that. And then sometimes she goes into mommy mode. So then Poppy thinks like, oh, you do want me. Because Peaches would be like, I give you bath. I love you. And sometimes they're just not vibing at the same. And I have to.
Oh, yeah.
They just start growling at each other. And then Peaches always ends up with a fucked up eye. Like she'll just like have always one eye that she's blinking a ton. We're like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to. No. At first, when it was like older cat staking territory and ground, you kind of let them, learn each other's boundaries as individuals.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to heat, it's like hormonal fighting. Like I can't.
Yeah. Trying to control that. That is well.
Just like, damn.
I'm gonna stop the recording.